Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is a meeting of the City of Gainesville General Policy Committee, April 28th, 2022. We're going to call this meeting to order. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. First of all, we do have what we call Room 16, our sort of other public meeting room downstairs, open and available. It has a couple large screens in there, live streaming this meeting. And so if you'd like to go down there, there's plenty of room and you can sit and watch comfortably, and you will still be able to participate. We'll let you know when it's your turn to speak during public comment portion. Speaking of public comment, if you'd like to speak on any of our issues, or in fact all of them, you are welcome to do so. There are some little slips of paper on the little tables next to each entryway that you just fill out and let us know which item you'd like to speak to. Hand them to the clerk. Ms. Kessler, if you can give a quick wave, hand them to the clerk, and then she'll call them in the order she receives them when it's appropriate to do so. And so we do have some modifications to our agenda. Some of this is because of revised backup. Also, we had to take some items off that were less time sensitive to add some items that are more time sensitive. So it may look a little bit different than if you looked at it a few days ago. But with that, here are the revisions to our published agenda. There's some revised backup to Commissioner Chestnut's presentation, and also some additional backup that we got just after the County Commission took action on Tuesday for the redistricting item. Commissioner Santos?
We adopt the agenda as modified.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt our modified agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ariola absent. If you are here for Commissioner Chestnut's item, it will be the second discussion item on our agenda, so just stick around for that. But up first, we have our state legislative session recap with our guest from Gray Robinson. So we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. And I will introduce Ryan Matthews and Angela. I think if you're just here for support, but we're glad you're here as well, and turn it over to you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in person with you all this afternoon, and good to see everybody. My colleague Angela Dreswicki is with me as well from Gray Robinson. Angela's going to talk a little bit about the budget and the redistricting process that the legislature just completed. I'm going to give you a little bit of a broader policy overview, tell you in a fairly concise manner what happened in Tallahassee during this last legislative session. First, I want to thank those of you who were able to join Gray Robinson last week. We had a breakfast in town here as sort of a citywide legislative wrap-up that we often do in areas where we have an office location, of which we do here for the law firm in Gainesville. So a lot happened in 2022 is the short of it, but we'll get into exactly, and you could advance the slide if you would, please. First, we have just the presentation. Okay. So we're going to have, we had a more condensed version that this is not that. So I'm going to have to adjust accordingly here because it's not the actual presentation that I had ready for us. So let's go ahead and advance the next slide. It should be an overview of the session statistics. So we had 3,600 bills or more that were filed. Now, of those 3,600, roughly 17 were appropriations bills. A number of years ago, the House of Representatives entered a new procedure whereby for specific appropriations, such as the City of Gainesville's local appropriations, you had to file an actual bill to go through the process. The Senate handles things a little bit differently. So overall, 3,600 bills or so that were filed, 285 of which have passed. So you have roughly a 15% chance when you're looking at a general policy item of making it through the legislature. 200, 250 is generally the number of bills that are ultimately passed. So there's an update to this because as of yesterday, the governor vetoed another piece of legislation, for those of you who were following that, metering, which was a highly contentious renewable energy piece of legislation that made it through the legislature. The governor vetoed that piece of legislation yesterday. So to date, he has vetoed two pieces of legislation. Go ahead and advance the slide, please. So at this point, we're gonna go through the budget. I'm gonna turn it over to Angela. She's gonna talk about the statewide budget, the City of Gainesville's legislative appropriations, and then we'll turn it back over to me, and we'll go over some of the larger policy items.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. The General Appropriations Act for fiscal year 22-23, which begins July 1, totals $112.1 billion. This is the largest budget in the state's history. And just to give you a little idea about how much the budget has grown, just even between last year and this year, the budget grew by $10.6 billion. That's 10.4% increase just from last year. And if we look back 10 years ago, the budget totaled just slightly over $70 billion, which at the time was also the largest budget in the state's history. So as you can see, it's the growth in recent years is very significant. We can, next slide, please. Okay, we'll skip over this pretty quickly. This is just a pie chart showing the budget, and as you'll notice, the Health and Human Services budget silo is the largest portion of the budget, and yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, and you may be wondering, why has the budget grown so much in recent years? And that's part and due to the use of federal relief funds, and this year's budget has about $3.5 billion in federal COVID dollars. It's also, sales tax collections also continue to surpass projections. So general revenue tax collections in February, which was just released last week, top projections by 16.4% or $475.7 million. And most of that gain was coming from sales tax. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's skip around a little bit. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the local projects, the City of Gainesville projects. And first, I can't talk about this without saying how appreciative we are for the Senator Perry and Representative Hinson, their staff, all of their effort and advocacy for the city's priorities. As always, they've been absolutely wonderful to work with. We're very appreciative for that. And the first project that's on the slide is the Police Violence Interrupters Program. This is not a new appropriation, but language was put in the budget to allow the city to continue spending the funding that was appropriated in last year's budget for the current fiscal year. Without this, the city would have lost the remaining unspent funds as of June 30th. So this was a revert and reappropriate in the back of the budget to allow the city to continue using the $230,000 that was appropriated in last year's budget. Next slide, please. The Community Resource Paramedic Program, the project is funded in the General Appropriations Act at $260,000 to support the increase in capacity for the CRP program's mobile integrated health initiatives, such as telemedicine, as well as community health programs. Next slide, please. The Alachua Central Receiving Facility, this was another priority of the city's for the 22 legislative session, and funding, it is funded in the budget at $496,500. I would just like to add that the governor has not been sent the budget yet. And he, as you all are aware, he does have the authority to veto member projects. And so in the coming days, weeks, we will be obviously continue to advocate on behalf of the city's projects, but also that is something to keep in mind during this conversation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, redistricting. Okay. All right, we'll go through this relatively quickly, but as you know, the legislature was in Tallahassee last week for a special session, which was expanded to other issues, but it was initially called to address congressional redistricting since Governor DeSantis vetoed the map that was passed by the legislature during the 22 regular session. The new map dismantles 2 seats currently held by Black Democrats and will likely raise the number of Republican seats from 16 to 20, and this is based on 2020 voting patterns. Lawsuits challenging the map have already been filed, which was really no surprise, but districts must be finalized by June 17th, which is the end of the candidate qualifying period for this year's congressional elections. So even if the maps are hung up in litigation, which they likely will be, the version passed during the special session will likely be what's used in 2022. And now for the state legislative maps, unlike congressional maps, state legislative districts are adopted as a joint resolution, and they do not require the signature of the governor to become law. So after the legislature approved the maps during session, they were submitted to Attorney General Moody, who petitioned the Florida Supreme Court to review them. And on March 3rd, the Florida Supreme Court approved the new legislative maps, which will take effect for Florida's legislative elections this year. And next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to pass it back over to Ryan for this part.
So Angela mentioned we were in special session just 2 weeks ago. So despite the fact that we had a 60-day regular session that ended in the middle of March, because the governor vetoed the congressional maps that were submitted by the legislature was called back into special session the week before last. Now, something surprising happened during that special session. The call of the special session, meaning the subject matter that is to be discussed during the time the members are back in Tallahassee, was expanded the morning of the beginning of that special session to include a sunset provision on certain special districts within the state of Florida, one of those being Walt Disney World, Reedy Creek, in terms of an independent special district and the authorities that they enjoy within state law. So that work was completed very quickly. It was actually done within 3 days. It does not pertain to Gainesville, but basically what it said that of those 6 independent special districts that had not been renewed or recertified past 1968, that by June 1st, 2023, they would be absolved unless there was some recertification by the legislature. Now that's important just in the larger political scheme of things because the 2022 legislative session was really dominated by social issues. Some call them culture wars, quite frankly. But the legislature spent an inordinate amount of time on those pieces of legislation, both in committee during debate and also on the floor while members asked questions and debated the bill. The first one of those was House Bill 7, which was known as also the Stop Woke Act, if you will, dealing with, it was more reasonably named the Individual Freedom Act. What this does is prohibit an individual or an employer from mandating certain training that would include subjective type I'll call it indoctrination, but that's not the correct term to really use in terms of that's what the proponents was pushing. This was based on the genesis of critical race theory, whether that's found in schools or certain business and HR training for private sector businesses. So that was a bill that ultimately did pass this year. Next slide, please. 3 others that we will also have in this category. The second, known as the Parental Choice in Education Bill, known to opponents as the Don't Say Gay bill. This bill dealt with what should be included in a curriculum for K through 3rd grade students based on age-appropriate education, if you will. Again, all of these bills that you see, both the Stop Woke Act, as I spoke of prior, the Parental Choice in Education Bill, a further expansion of immigration as it dealt to sanctuary cities that we saw roughly in the 2018-2019 legislative session was expanded upon, and then a 15-week abortion prohibition, all passed relatively easily in the conservative-dominated legislature in the state of Florida. Nationally, Florida is seeing quite a bit of exposure as it relates to the larger political landscape. Some are referring to the state of Florida as the tip of the spear in terms of some of these social issues that have dominated. We have seen from state to state elsewhere individual issues, whether it be abortion, freedom in education, etc., being passed, but we have not seen anywhere else in the country these bills all passed together during the same legislative session. Next slide, please. As it pertains to the energy, environment, and utilities, if you'll recall, in 2021, the legislature created a new Resilient Florida Trust Fund program, bolstered by $500 million through ARPA funding we received through Washington, D.C. This bill did 2 things. From an appropriation standpoint, we had an additional $200 million for Resilient Florida grants, and Gainesville is not precluded from applying from these grants just because you're not a coastal community. Obviously, this is the identification of critical and vulnerable assets, such as utilities, that are potentially eligible to have different sea level rise, but also climate change mitigation from a flooding standpoint as well. This bill also created the Chief Resiliency Officer in the state of Florida and moved that position within the Executive Office of the Governor. Next slide, please. These are a couple of bills that I just want to highlight and focus on briefly. 2 in particular. I mentioned that net metering was vetoed by the governor yesterday. Net metering is effectively for those who install solar panels on their roofs. They can often sell back energy as a credit to the utility provider within their jurisdiction. What HB 741 did was effectively, on a digressive level, lower the amount of credit that a consumer could sell back that energy to the utility over a period of time. If you currently had solar panels on your home, there was roughly a 20-year grandfather period where you would have the initial credit upon your installation agreement. But starting in 2025, folks would have received less and less money for that excess sale of energy to the utility. Again, the governor vetoed that yesterday. House Bill 1475 dealing with PFAS. PFAS is a contaminant of emerging concern found in groundwater. It is mandated and has been for decades by the federal government in the FAA in fire foam retardants. Unfortunately, it's found everywhere in the state of Florida and nationally in groundwater. It's very difficult to remediate. The legislature is just starting to wrap its hands around what to do because this is going from a remediation standpoint. This is going to be quite expensive. They appropriated roughly $33 million this year, but this is an issue in the environmental realm, particularly as it relates to water quality, to be on the lookout for because there'll be a lot more discussion in future years. HB 621 is one that I particularly want to highlight. It did not pass and did not actually receive a committee hearing, but what HB 621 said is if you are a local government that owns a utility, be it electric, water, wastewater, natural gas, and if you transfer any amount of revenue from that utility to your general government, then you would be ineligible for state funds and or appropriations. The proponent of this legislation is from Brevard County. He alleges that those who own and operate their own utility and then transfer funds, those funds are used for pet projects of the local government as opposed to reinvesting in their systems. I would argue that is not the case strongly, but that is the belief of a minority of members in the Florida House and Senate. So this bill in particular will likely be back again next year, and it's something to be prepared for. Next slide, please. Larger local government issues. I come here every year and we talk about sort of the assault on home rule, if you will, and how the legislature has been fairly aggressive over the last decade in taking away authority of local governments. This year we had two pieces of significant legislation that were moving through the process, one that passed, one that did not. The bill that passed that has yet to be signed by the governor, Senate Bill 620, deals with business damages that could be brought against a local government, whereby if this commission passes an ordinance that has a 15% or greater revenue impact on a business, they could then bring suit against the local government and the city and claim business compensatory damages. Now, there are lengthy exemptions and exceptions that are found in this bill, roughly 10 or so, that deal with zoning ordinances that you all may pass, whether or not an ordinance has to deal with your budget in particular. Those are immune from suit, but it's something that your city attorney should certainly take a look at should this bill be signed by the governor and go into law. Senate Bill 280, it was actually a priority of the incoming Senate president, so it's likely that it would come back again. What Senate Bill 280 would say, two things. Again, it did not pass, but for every ordinance adopted by the city, you all would have to come up with a business impact statement to show the business community what potential effects that ordinance could have on them. Two, and the more alarming issue found in this bill is that it allowed effectively anyone to apply for injunctive relief on an ordinance passed by a local government until that actual business impact is analyzed. So as you can imagine, that could hold up business in the normal course of business that you all operate in throughout the year. That bill didn't pass, but because of who the sponsor and the main proponent was, it's likely to be back again next year. Next slide, please. Sovereign immunity is a big issue that we've discussed over time. The House and Senate were in very different positions on this particular piece of legislation. Currently, as it stands, we have a sovereign immunity cap of $200,000 per person, $300,000 per incident. Again, the House initially started out with a flat cap of $1 million. This would obviously have a pretty significant impact on your insurance coverage and premiums you all may pay as it relates to tort claims. Bill didn't pass. It's in about the third year of not passing. Typically, the way things work in Tallahassee as you work the policy out over the number of years, but momentum has been gaining to increase those sovereign immunity caps over the last couple of years. So I'm sure in 2023 it'll be a fight that we have again. Next slide, please. Tree trimming, I'll discuss this very briefly. 2 years ago, there was a preemption on trees where you had to get a certified arborist to issue a recommendation or approval before someone could cut down a tree. That action led to a preemption of local government ordinances as it relates to tree removal. Basically what this did is give back slightly authority to local governments that is to when you could authorize or mandate, if you will, that a tree were to be cut down. Next slide, please. Local government financial disclosure. This did not pass, but it would mandate that local government elected officials, mayors, commissioners, et cetera, would have to file a more expansive financial disclosure known as Form 6 that the state legislature currently has to file as well. It's certainly a more detailed and public look into finances. I would assume this bill was filed originally in 2020. Made a little bit more progress in 2021, likely to be back again next year as well. Next slide. Public notices. This gives you all the authority or option to publish your legal notices on a website as opposed to going through the normal newspaper periodical process. Next slide, please. The local bill. There was a local bill filed this year by Representative Clemens that would have brought the county to single-member districts. That bill ultimately did pass. Through discussions with the city, we were opposed to that bill publicly. The next step for that bill will be a referendum to see if 60% or more of the citizens of Alachua County approve that move to single-member districts. Next slide, please. We'll go through these. You could skip this slide, actually, in the interest of time. It was a bill that did not pass. We now have the authority as local governments to restrict smoking within the boundaries of a park that you all own. That authority was not present before. Next slide, please. Cybersecurity was a big issue and priority of the House Speaker. Not only the identification of critical assets from a vulnerability standpoint, we actually appropriated over $100 million in the cybersecurity space this year for local government cybersecurity training through the former Agency of State Technology, which is run by Representative Jamie Grant, former Representative Jamie Grant. One of the main points of interest of House Bill 7055, it does actually mandate that if you as a local government is attacked by ransomware, that you are mandated to not pay that ransomware to move forward. There are no penalties in the bill should you pay, but there is a prohibition to payment a ransomware attack in sort of under the guise of we don't negotiate it with terrorists type of narrative. Next slide, please. COPCN was an issue that we had worked on behalf of the city. Ultimately, the bill did not fail. I would think that COPCN, which again has been a topic of discussion for the last couple of years, would come back again next year. Next slide. We can skip the tax package. It happens every year. There are a number of sales tax exemptions that are passed throughout the legislature. House Bill 1 and House Bill 3, the Speaker particularly had a number of priorities that dealt with law enforcement and additional property tax exemptions that they would be afforded. So the state passed a one-time $5,000 sign-up bonus incentive for law enforcement and also granted an additional homestead exemption for 911 operators, law enforcement officers, et cetera. Next slide. We can skip local tax referenda if you would. So let's talk about what's next. We are going to have a second special session the week of May 23rd. So currently that special session, the call of the special session, as I mentioned prior, only deals with property insurance reform. Now, I will say that because of the limited call currently, it doesn't mean that more issues will not be brought into that special session. Right now, it is currently scheduled to last a week, May 23rd through the 27th. Moving past that for the 2023 legislative session, we're going to begin in March end in May. So what will happen, we'll have the elections in November, an organizational session where a new Speaker of the House and new Senate President will be installed, also in November. Likely in December is when we will start those 6 weeks of committee weeks leading up to the start of the legislative session. And again, we'll start March 7th and May 5th in 2023. So what does that mean for you? For your planning purposes, I think it would be wise to sometime in that September or October timeframe have your legislative agenda adopted, see what type of appropriations we would further seek, and we could move forward in that regard. The last thing I want to mention, Mr. Mayor, we had a long discussion last session about pedestrian safety as it relates to University and 13th. I want to let you know that we've had a tremendous amount of synergy between the University of Florida, Alachua County, and the city as it relates to your legislative groups in Tallahassee. We've met with the governor's office multiple times on this issue. I know ACM McCready has also discussed with DOT District 2 on almost a monthly basis what improvements can be made. It was very clear from early on that an appropriation to the tune of $20 million or so was not going to be feasible. So what we have done in the interim is, again, work with the University of Florida and the county to figure out how we can collectively make the request for dollars for pedestrian safety at University and 13th, either through the Department of Transportation, the governor's office in particular, or the legislature in 2023. I would counsel that it is often difficult for a local government, solely a local government, to receive an appropriation of that high of a dollar value. So I think is sort of the plan for University and 13th and improved traffic pedestrian safety is formalized further. I think we'll have a better sort of point of entry with the governor's office again to talk about what real funding can be realized there.
Okay, well, thank you, Ryan and Angela and the entire Gray Robinson team. Really appreciate working with you throughout this last session. One little asterisk I'll put, I agree with your timeline prospectively. We are going to have several new faces up here between this fall and January. And so we'll do our work to put together a legislative agenda that seems in line with the priorities of our neighbors and, sort of what we've been working on already. That will need to go through a validation process once the new commission takes office.
Absolutely.
To make sure it's aligned with all the newly elected officials that serve. So we'll have to be a little bit agile in that sort of January window. But we'll do our best to get you something you can work on as we head into formal session. It'll probably be after committee work is done. So we'll just have to be flexible with that. The good news is that you'll have the same 7 people for 2 years straight, and so there'll be a good opportunity to have some consistency and continuity there.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for all of your hard work in Tallahassee. I've been up there, and I know how difficult it can be, especially when session's moving so quickly. So you always have my appreciation for the work that you all do. I wanted to pick up on a good segue right where we left off. It was my understanding that we were working with the university to try and get funding for the West University and East University phase projects, not as an appropriation, but trying to put that on the project list for DOT District 2. Do we have any reason to believe that strategy would change?
No, and what we had talked about, Commissioner, sort of with the county and then UF was trying to talk in parallel paths, to use the governor's office as a point of entry to potentially seek a legislative appropriation if it were to be available. Proved not to be this year, but it's still, again, I think my colleagues from the University of Florida would agree, particularly when you're seeking agency funding of that size, you want to keep the governor's office informed to make sure they understand the why, and so that's what we've tried to do.
Okay, that will continue to be a priority. I know the commission just gave tacit approval for some designs for what that could look like, and obviously the state partnership is going to be very integral to that. Also glad to hear about the vetoing of the net metering bill. That was a very, I would say, ill-conceived bill, but the governor's veto can be used for good. So I do want to say thank you in that regard. But other than that, I suppose that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Again, appreciate y'all being here. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item?
I don't believe we have anyone for this item.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you. The rest of the afternoon is yours. We are always happy to see you here, and thank you for all the great work this past year. Appreciate it. All right, thank you. Then up next, we have an item that has been requested by Commissioner Chestnut, a presentation on the Birmingham, Alabama Sports Complex and recommendation for 8th Avenue and Waldo Road Sports Complex. I know that's a very broad term, Commissioner, and it's sort of got a little more subtlety than that. But we thank you for putting forth the effort up to now, and I know that we're all excited to hear what you've learned and what some of your thoughts are. Of course, I think a lot of folks are here for that as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, Mr. Mayor, we have about 15 people who are downstairs in room 16. I wonder if the clerk's office could accommodate them by taking the sign-up sheets down there so that they don't miss the presentation, but they would be able to sign up.
Sure, I'm sure we can get somebody, maybe
take-
Miss Bryant, if you're listening back there, if you can take a little stack of slips downstairs and allow them to sign them and then bring them back up in a few minutes. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you
Chestnut.
so much. All right. I'm not the GCR. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sports tourism is the #1 reason people come to Gainesville and Alachua County. By reconstructing Citizen Stadium and adding an additional square footage to the MLK Center, the city of Gainesville and Alachua County would be the beneficiary of a positive economic impact. A study in Sports Event magazine reveals the following for a robust program for attracting sports events to communities. Among the findings were this: 2/5 of U.S. adults are sports events travelers. In the past 5 years, 75.3 million U.S. adults attended an organized sport event competition for tournaments as either a spectator or as a participant, while on a trip of 50 miles or more one way from home. 1/4 of all sports events travelers attended events to watch their children or grandchildren play. The average spending per athlete has increased substantially. Last year, the value in direct spending per athlete was $361 per event. This year, that spending has almost tripled. The sports event industry is on a growth track. American society values the competitive aspect of sports at all levels. It starts with youth sports, and the passion remains through the highest levels. The industry has become more competitive. First slide, please. East Gainesville needs the following: a comprehensive year-long recreational calendar. We have a calendar now that we share with the Alachua County School Board, and I'm very pleased to say that we have Charlie Wise here, who is the athletic director for the Alachua County School Board, along with a couple of his athletic directors. We need a sports complex to allow for neighbor use during weekdays and a blend of weekend tournaments on the weekend. A senior citizen center wing, perhaps in the expanded MLK Center. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. A multi-use athletic facility, and then other uses such as walking trails, farmers markets, and outdoor basketball courts. What is envisioned for the Citizens Field Stadium? The Citizens Field Stadium, as we all know, is 60 years old, and she has held up well, I must say. But it is now time for an installation of new bleachers to accommodate a new track and additional capacity. Mr. Wise tells me that we have a capacity at, I think, 4,000, but they're only able to use 2,500 of the seating space. So we're looking at expanding that capacity to perhaps 5,000 to 8,000. A track installation, we need to complete the track around the field. Turf improvements to existing field, locker rooms, a press box, ticket booths at both sides of the stadium, and a concession stand. What we have now there is sort of a white tent that is used to protect people from the rain, but there isn't a real concession stand for use. The concession stand, of course, would definitely help our neighbors and the booster clubs for each particular school. Digital scoreboards and availability for concerts. We had a concert scheduled on Easter Sunday, but due to the weather, it had to be canceled. But I think we can offer the site for concerts for more people to use. And one thing that I think we should consider at Citizens Field, and I'm going to talk about it in some other venues, really is naming opportunities. Would someone like to pay for the whole field and have it named in their honor? Would they like to pay for the digital scoreboards? Would they like to pay for the concession stands? We would be happy. I think the city would be happy to have them, to provide that service to them for naming. Okay. An expanded MLK Center with 2 high school basketball courts, a wing for senior programming, a wing for activities, community meeting rooms, a kennel for arts and crafts, new and improved fitness center to allow for group classes like yoga, Zumba, and Pilates. Next slide, please. Imagine quilting festivals, or imagine a citywide bid whist tournament and a bevy of activities all day long. We would also anticipate connecting the pool to the MLK Center so that you have one continuous center. We want to update the basketball gym backboards, an auditorium for banquets, church revivals, community dances. This too, also, there's a naming opportunity. Perhaps you would want to have the senior wing named for your mother, or the senior wing named for your parents, or someone there, but there's an opportunity for that. The banquet room, the fitness center is another naming opportunity. All of these naming opportunities, of course, will help us to meet the expenditure. Outdoors, we're looking at 4 basketball courts. Mark Cuban said from Shark Tank that you should always have the availability of a pickup game in a neighborhood. And I think that this will help our area greatly. Volleyball, basketball, soccer, create a relaxation area for families with small children. Playground, farmer's market, a designated hookup for food trucks. I think Seminole County offers that at their center. At least 4 RV parking spaces, not for overnight parking, but for people to use as they, so that they don't have to run back and forth for the sports activities and trying to get things for their youngsters. So East Gainesville opportunities here would be 1, to create economic development east of Main Street, because that's what we're counting as East Gainesville, everything east of Main Street. Provide community services and jobs in an underserved community. Enhance already existing structure. We have the football field that's there, we have the MLK Center, and we start from there. Additional funding sources would be wild spaces, public places, GCRA, public-private partnerships, and of course, the naming opportunities. Next slide, please. Now, the lessons learned on the field trip to Birmingham. We looked at 2 benchmark communities, the city of Birmingham, Alabama, Crossplex, and the city of Hoover, Alabama, Hoover Metropolitan Crossplex. Birmingham is the largest employer, I found this out, in the state of Alabama. And that is because they house the University of Alabama at Birmingham, which is interesting to me. Go on, please. One thing that I learned there from meeting with folk at Crossplex was 1, know your audience and your purpose. Who are you building the facility to accommodate? Crossplex was built to be a NCAA Olympic preparation site, first and foremost, and to be an economic engine for Birmingham. It was not built to be a community-oriented facility. While I was there was the NCAA Elite Tournament for Women was being held. July 2022, Crossplex will host the World Games with 100 participating countries, 3,600 competing athletes, and 11 days of competition. 2, I learned the importance of having the right amenities in the vicinity of your facility. For example, at Crossplex, there is a hotel on site. The reason, and this played very well for them, I mentioned that the World Games will be there for 11 days. Well, with that hotel on site, Germany bought the hotel at $400 per night for 11 days. Crossplex encouraged the Hibbett Sports Shop to locate nearby to accommodate athletes and their families. There are many economic spinoffs from an investment in a state-of-the-art facility, and the same holds true for the Hoover Finley facility, more community-focused with an RV park. You can move forward, thank you. Next slide, please. Yep, thank you. This is just a picture. It's a very, very lovely facility, but certainly not the one we're looking for here. Next slide, please. The Hoover Metropolitan Complex, on a much smaller scale, because the Crossplex is 750,000 square feet. This one is 155,000 square feet complex, and they have concerts, banquets, trade shows, recreation programs, and community events are held. It includes a stadium, outdoor complex, and RV park. This was interesting to me that they would have a whole park devoted to RVs, but it works very well for them. It's an economic, that too is part of the economics for them. And it is they have a year-round schedule of events. Next slide, please. More looking at the Hoover facility. Okay. And next slide. What is the purpose then of the East Gainesville Sports Complex? First and foremost, it is to be a community facility with a blend of tournaments on weekends. Our purpose is not to compete with Celebration Point, an indoor athletic facility. While our mission is primarily geared to outdoor activities, in many ways we will complement each other. East Gainesville deserves the attention and investment of this initiative, as it will provide a community hub for neighbors and provide economic revitalization for Gainesville's underserved community. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I move the following. 1 is to direct staff to include the East Side Sports Complex on the 2022 Wild Spaces Public Places Infrastructure List and funding provided by GCRA. 2, direct staff to secure a consultant to explore the project's scope, needs, facilities, and provide a cost estimate for a multi-use sports complex at 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. Additionally, the proposal should include the requisite amenities as well as parking. 3, request Representative Yvonne Hayes Henson, this is in her district, to schedule meetings with the Florida Department of Transportation to discuss and implement traffic calming measures on the Waldo Road corridor from 16th Avenue to 8th Avenue and other stretches as deemed necessary. Additionally, we'd like to ask Representative Henson and our local legislative delegation to request a special project appropriation to fund the measures. And finally, involve community neighbors in outreach and community engagement efforts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay, motion and a second. We will, I'd like to get to the public, because I know a lot of people are here to speak to this, but we'll hear from a few commissioners first. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I appreciate you going to the effort to put this together. I had concerns when we were talking about the Birmingham Hoover sites, because it's a different community. Bottom line, different community. And we need to work with and not compete against what we're already building as a community outside the city, unfortunately. But that exists. We're spending that money, and we should work with that for an indoor facility. That's fine where it is. I'm excited about the opportunity, particularly to improve Citizens Field. And I have actually been speaking with, had issued a personal invitation to talk with a few, all the school board members as well as the school board candidates, since there's going to be even more turnover potentially at the school board than here, just to ask them, what would you like to see? You know, they are the users of, the primary users of Citizens Field, to ask them what they would like Citizens Field to be as we move forward, and to invite them into the conversation. Some things are really obvious. You know, I'd spoken also with booster families and folks who had lots of time spent in the stadium recently. And again, some things are obvious, like that there is no concession facility built there, basically. The stands are not safe, I don't think. There are a lot of things that need improvement there, but I want us to work collaboratively with the school board as we move forward, because we don't have football teams. They have football teams that need to be a part of that. And I wonder if we could explicitly say that we'll work with the Alachua County Public Schools for that piece of the complex. I would love that.
Thank you. Would you like to add that as number 5?
Sure, that would be great, yeah.
Or I think I think just being explicit with number 4, community,
Right.
neighbors, and outreach, include the school.
Including the Alachua County School
Yes,
Board?
yes.
Okay, we can do that. I'm
So-
sure Mr. Wise is happy to hear that.
The other item that I would like to talk about is specifically soccer. There are thousands of kids and grown-ups playing in soccer leagues in the city of Gainesville, in the greater Gainesville area. And right now, most of that competition is happening in Jonesville, because there isn't a good organized place. There's some opportunity at Cone Park, but in a more central facility. I've been talking with folks who are a part of that organized competition, the parents particularly, they're really tired of driving to Jonesville. And that's economic opportunity we're talking about. When parents come for the day for a soccer tournament, or even for practice on Saturday mornings, they're there for a long time, and they're willing to spend money for lunch, for whatever it is. We have a large set of fields that are used for soccer to some degree now, but I would like to see us very intentionally get those fields in a condition where they are ready for tournament play. And if that includes adding some small grandstands, whatever it would take, I would like to see us study that. I'm not ready to let's move forward with it, but I'd like us to very intentionally study the opportunities for soccer tournaments and competition as part of the greater complex.
Thank you. And I think that the consultant, that's an excellent point. The consultant could add that to the study.
Right.
Okay.
But in general, thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chestnut, for bringing this forward for discussion and I guess kickstarting again the 8th and Waldo discussion. For me, I think I'm kind of hoping that, so I guess talking about 8th and Waldo in a whole instead of just sports. When you talk about senior center, and that's something I strongly support. I'd like to get an idea of kind of, I mean, I know staff has been working on things and kind of where we are, and wondering if we could have this on second meeting in May at the City Commission in the morning, and then staff come back with a presentation on kind of what would the scope be for the consultant, where are we in terms of kind of what has been going on already, but I think also just talking about what other aspects. I think like looking at retail and maybe residential above that, and to the Commissioner Ward's point, like lighting of soccer, like lighting the soccer or fields there too, and other issues. So I'd like to kind of have that kind of hear this and then come back in a few weeks and then kind of bring all those together and then move forward on an 8th and Waldo strategy in full. That's kind of where I am today. I'm supportive of many of the things you mentioned. I think it's unfortunate where we are, but we do have to. It can't compete with the. I don't think we're going to beat the Celebration Point one, so it needs to be in tandem with that. But that's where I would like to see us as we come back at that second commission meeting in May in the morning. Bring it back to discussion, have staff kind of show us where, because I know some work has been done, kind of where we are, and then come back with kind of a scope for consultants and kind of bringing in all these ideas and moving forward on it. That's where I would like to see us. Because there are other aspects, and I think also asking staff, what are the other municipal needs and activities that are needed at this time too? I mean, our GFR headquarters is falling apart in there. There's like, and then there's the station, and then there's. So I think having like, what are some others like needs that staff has thought about that may be a good place through here too, and then us kind of coalescing. Okay, we want to move forward on these in generality, and then that would allow us to move forward, and then start engaging with the public and with the consultant. Because my worry is if we're not kind of agreeing in the beginning, and then we go move forward, and then we go ask the public, and then it creates kind of a weird place. So that's where I would like for us to come back in a couple weeks, or that second meeting in May in the morning, have staff come back with where we are there, and then move forward on on the project in whole.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Of course.
All right. I think you all have had several presentations prior to my joining the commission. And I really actually took the recommendations from staff. That's what I'm sharing here. Now, there was the GCR Advisory Board received a report on the 8th and Waldo redevelopment project update. That was November 17th, 2020. Then we have a city commission meeting, November 15th, 2018, where the 8th and Waldo master plan was presented. So staff has come forward with these things. I don't want to, what I don't want to do is for us to, we used to say in the legislature, you can love something to death. I don't want this love to death, and we miss the opportunity to get our names on the city's list of priorities. But I have the reports that have been presented before.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the last time I think we've heard from it. It was 2018, so it's been 4 years. That's kind of where I'm saying coming back. I mean, our city has, our needs and stuff have changed since then, and I don't want to love it to death, but I do want to kind of get that complete picture of the project before we move forward in whole. Thank you, Mayor.
If I might ask, what is the deadline for getting our list, our priority list for items, for things that will be considered for funding?
Before the November election.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to work on it this summer.
Okay,
We very
thank
much
you,
do.
thank you,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
it's not a immediate thing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I thought you had your light on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was also thinking about the list of priorities, and I'm going to just move this down if that's okay. I wanted to say that I too had the opportunity to travel to Birmingham and see an amazing facility that is outstanding, that is an economic driver for a community that is very much like the portion of East Gainesville that we're currently discussing. It's massive, and in a different time would be outstanding for Gainesville, but obviously we know that we would have to do something that is considerably scaled back. And Commissioner Chestnut, I know that you and I both had the opportunity to travel, and we probably saw it through some similar lenses, but also probably some different lenses as well. And I fully support something that is meaningful, something that takes advantage of the highest and best use of 8th and Waldo. I love the idea of bringing sports tourism to Gainesville. I want to be mindful how we do it. And I definitely think that the sportsplex in some iteration can and should be lived out in East Gainesville. Complete transparency, I have not always been sold on 8th and Waldo for the location. And there's a reason for that. When I think about District 1 and I think about all of the needs of the various recreational facilities, I can think of probably about 4 or 5 recreation facilities right now that need severe attention and upgrading. But I want to focus on the field out at 8th and Waldo, absolutely. I know MLK needs some things. I'm kind of saying this to say I really could appreciate the opportunity to really work out the real details. And I'm falling apart here as I say this, earrings falling everywhere. But I really could appreciate the opportunity to have staff work this. I hear you. We don't want to love this to death. I don't want to kick the can down the street. Honestly, as District 1's representative, I understand firsthand the need to do something. We know how long we've stood in need. I have been in those bleachers with Mr. Charlie Wise, having to kind of be restricted to a certain portion because there are areas of that stadium that are not the safest for us to be right now. We understand. The question then becomes, do we actually modify what's already there? Do we raise it entirely and build something new? To another of my colleagues' points, I think there are probably some other opportunities that we can explore there. And I'm just going to come right out and say this. In my mind, I considered what it would look like to place something that is a little closer to Birmingham. Obviously, I think they have probably 100 acres that they're dealing with. It is massive. But I considered what it might look like for us to do something closer to that, maybe not quite, but closer to that in a different location. Why? Because I'm looking at what Gainesville might be able to accomplish in terms of generating revenue, economic development in East Gainesville, providing resources and opportunities for neighbors, et cetera, and I get concerned about the location. The concert that did not happen a couple of weeks ago drew a tremendous crowd to that area, and the concert didn't happen. So I'm not saying that I am completely opposed to the location, but what I am suggesting is I certainly would appreciate staff being able to bring us back what this idea would look like lived out in its scaled back iteration, considering the traffic dynamics, the impacts to our surrounding neighbors. As everybody already knows, I am always concerned about how anything we do impacts existing neighborhoods. Those are my major concerns. I'd also like to just ask of my colleagues a question of process. We have a couple of projects that we have put on the table. And I'll go ahead and use this one. Back in December, we said that we were going to move forward on a cultural arts center. We did not specify a pot of money that was going to come out of, but that was a conversation. And I will say it's not only because I brought it, but it is because it is something that was put out there that I want to make sure we don't let that get lost in the sauce, if you will. So I'm asking how we are remembering, how we are prioritizing, how we are making sure that the things we have said we are committing ourselves to, that we actually do those things. And I want to make sure that we do those things well. I think having an idea of what we're dealing with altogether, having a comprehensive list of what those projects are and being able to look at those pots of money and say, here's where we will draw that from to accomplish these goals would be prudent. But I want to make sure that we understand and that I have a clear understanding of what our process is. So I'm not sure whether that is the city manager that can speak to that. Mr. Mayor, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I
who
certainly can.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So working backwards, of course, we direct and function as a body. And so we can go back to the discussion about the Cultural Arts Center and look at the motion that was made. And that gives direction to staff on what it is we expect them to do and to work on. And at that point, it's up to staff to continue following along that line and bring things back to the commission as they need input or reach decision points. In other words, if there are things that they cannot move further with because they need direction from us, they need to get them on an agenda and get them, discussed and allow us to tell them what we want them to do next. So that's where that or any of the other projects that we've discussed and asked for sort of further action on, that's where they rest. What was the first thing you asked? I was working backwards on purpose because I forgot the first thing you asked.
It's okay. I mean, don't worry about the first thing I asked. Let me just kind of say that to the point that you're making now, we put the motion out on the floor. Staff, from what I understand, is working on that right now. An RFP has gone out for a consultant. They're in the middle of a process, and if our interim city manager would kindly speak to where they are in the process, I think that would be important.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, when the General Policy Committee at the General Policy Committee meeting, we were discussing ARPA. And this was one of the items that kind of fell under the gun violence and youth focus on using ARPA funding. The Cultural Arts Center item came up. It was approved in terms of us moving forward through the Policy Review Committee, a process under the clerk's office. We did that and concluded that it deserved to have more study and focus from an expert in that area. So we came back to the commission and asked for approval to move forward with a consultant. We have done that. We are in the process of closing the RFP process out and pulling a committee together to select someone. Once that is done, we will come back to the commission with the recommendation from the evaluation team, and of course, costs will be a part of that. But that's where we are with that.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess my question becomes, that sounds like that's kind of the standard that has been set forth. So are we skipping a step here? Have we made sure that we're doing things consistently? Has this been through? I just want to make sure that I am clear.
We haven't had any direction given yet, so we haven't skipped anything because
Okay.
this is the
No,
first
all
time
you
we've
have is-
discussed
all
it.
you have is
Okay.
a motion.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but I just.
And I'll speak to that when I
Okay.
get a chance. That was absolutely one of the things I was going to address. So,
Wonderful,
absolutely.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Let me just reiterate that 8th and Waldo clearly has stood in need for a number of years. Renovating Citizens Field, attention to MLK, and all of the amazing possibilities of how that can be accomplished is something that I stand in full support of. I even like the idea of expanding sports tourism and the way we could possibly do that in another location. I am open to hearing more. I needed to let my comments and my ideas be known because I'm big on, first of all, making sure that the constituents that have placed me in this seat, I am responding to. And they've expressed concerns that I needed to articulate. And those concerns are what will happen with traffic, what will happen with noise. And I know that this commission and our staff will address that when we get to that point. Those are concerns of mine too, having seen what's happening right now before we build on that site. So I just want to make sure that we're being cognizant of those things as we move forward, and that everyone has a chance to hear that 8th and Waldo is an incredible opportunity for us to do something amazing and meaningful, and that is long overdue. And I think we could consider that entire quadrant, how we actually develop that entire quadrant of 8th and Waldo in a way that is meaningful and beneficial for existing residents and something that attracts economic development to the area. I'll sum that up with that.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Actually really impressed with the presentation. Just like stylistically, it's awesome. and that you went all the way up there. I know, it's a long trip, both of you for going. I think my concern has always been Birmingham and Hoover have over 1 million people in their metro, so whatever we do, scale it down to our, I think it's 300,000 metro area. But I agree, our facilities are not the best. They are not what our community deserves. They are not, just from a liability standpoint, maybe not the best to have people in sometimes. I'm glad you brought up the concert because I was actually there. I was out. One of our lieutenants asked me to come along, just like see how this is gonna go. And you're right, it did rain. But at that point, I think we called it about 2 hours before they were supposed to start. Chief can correct me. Any of the multiple chiefs can correct me. But they called it 2 hours before. At that point, everyone was already here. And what I saw was, to Commissioner Duncan Walker's point, I wish he was here, those roads could not handle those people. The traffic was terrible for our neighbors, which is not insignificant, but there's also it's like a police scanner app, but for fire and rescue. And it kept showing me Station 2 needs to send out an engine, and the engine couldn't leave because everything was locked. And I could see every second ticking until the engine could get through. And we had planned kind of barricades around the traffic for the people, and it was still, in my opinion, not the best situation for our folks. Because you had thousands of people trying to come in for a concert that had already been canceled, and they were still gonna come in anyway. So I very much respect the concern that Commissioner Duncan Walker brought up. 8th is a small road. 8th runs next to some of our critical facilities with Station 2 and the headquarters. I worry about the neighborhoods that are right there. We went like road by road, like grid by grid. Some folks really went into it. They're like, sure, you can pay me to park in my lot. They set up like barbecues. They're like, we're gonna make our own concession stand since I know you don't have one at MLK. Great. Some folks are not happy. And as the night went on, more folks were unhappy. So whatever we do, I want us to be hyper vigilant and aware and conscious of there are people who live there. And I agree, it's a huge opportunity zone. It's great. There's a lot of land. You don't have that much land anywhere. So it's a huge gift of land. What can we do with it? And I do want us to have better facilities. My concern would be our neighborhoods and the safety of the rest of our community with whatever we do, if only from traffic. That said, I don't dislike the idea of looking at other facilities, if only because as much land as there is, it is finite. So as far as what could we do at MLK or Citizens Field in totality, versus we could do something really good there and then something really good at Fred Cone, which also has a lot of land. I know people complain about traffic around here, other than me. I know I just did a minute ago. But generally speaking, it takes 10 minutes to cross town. So it's not like going all the way to Jonesville, because I suddenly have to drive my kid to Jonesville, but you do football here, but you do soccer over there, and it's still in town. It's 5-10 minutes apart. Unless you're very lucky, both of your kids aren't going to be playing the same field at the same day. So I don't dislike the idea of enhancing our facilities to a much better standard, to a world-class standard. But I don't think everything has to be in the same site. I don't dislike the idea of looking at other locations, but at the same time, if we are going to do something, it doesn't have to be the sportsplex all in one space, because we don't really have that. I don't think we have the space to do the totality of the project in one location. And if we split it off into 2 or 3 locations, we've now enhanced, we've now brought an enhancement to multiple areas with, it's a balance game without disrupting as much in terms of traffic, height, visibility, all that to go back to. I do agree with Commissioner Santos' suggestion of we've almost all of us have given our opinion on it. We have a lot of neighbors who are about to give opinions on it, and I welcome that. I would like staff to hear what we have said collectively, what you propose, what our visions are, what our concerns are. I can't tell you how to plan a road or how to plan traffic. Staff can. That's what we have staff. But if they can come back the second meeting of May to tell us, we heard all of our neighbors, and in fact, we got even more emails because we know once we have a meeting and it gets published in the media, then we get even more emails. Take all of that and then come back with these are 1, 2, or 3 ways in which we could proceed forward. And I think that would give us a much more narrow scope for when we hire that consultant to continue that outreach and engagement, rather than we would like some kind of sports complex consultant, go. Because I hate vague assignments, because they get expensive. Because then they have to figure out individually, well, what would you like? We go, we've already talked about it. So I would lean towards Commissioner Santos' suggestion of come back with, is this what you meant in 3 different options? And then pick a consultant to kind of go in one of those directions. But I don't want to hire before we have a more narrow scope and direction of where we want to take this. Because I think that requires a lot of conversation on our behalf and with our neighbors before we start paying someone to do work we haven't totally gelled with yet, if that makes sense. That said, I agree, we need to do something. I'm going to end it on a good note. I do agree we need to do something. I do think we could use some GCRA. I do think we could use help from the state. I don't dislike the branding idea. I hadn't heard that one. The naming. Universities do it. Why not us? So I don't dislike that. I hadn't heard that one. But I want us to be deliberate. Wherever the money comes from, it's not going to be cheap. And it is not going to be fast either way, no matter how quickly we decide things. So I want to make sure that when we start spending money and digging in the ground, we know what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I really want to thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, for the work that you put into this up to this point. And I'm glad we're to this point because I think all any of us knew up to this, presentation is that you were visiting Birmingham and we could look up in the sports complex. So, to hear a refined version of what you're proposing, and I understand too, this is a starting point for a discussion. It's not, do this or don't do this. So this is really helpful for me. So I'm gonna just share with you and the rest of my colleagues sort of my 2 guiding principles for whatever happens here. The first is that it adds value to the adjacent and extended community, and 2, that it's a catalyst for economic development in that part of our city. I think if we can find a scope of project that does those 2 things, then it will be a generational change for that part of our city, which is needed, and we've all agreed on that over and over and over. I feel like what you have laid out today has really made a conscientious effort to right size whatever it is we do there to our community. You're not cutting and pasting something from another community and just saying this is going to work here. And it builds on some existing known challenges we have. We know we have got to invest some serious resources into Citizens Field. There's no question about that. We know we have got to do something about our GFR administration and training facilities. There's no question about that. We know we have to address the fire station there. We know that we have a large amount of space at those fields that is not being optimized right now. We know that. I love what you say about connecting the pool with the MLK Center and making it more cohesive. That's low-hanging fruit, right? That doesn't take a huge investment, but it really transforms the entire facility. Adding some opportunities for sort of commercial activity and that sort of 7-day a week, many hours a day, that's what creates a value to the people that live there every day, right? That there's somewhere they can go and enjoy and patronize, and it's not just folks coming in on the weekend. So I'm liking everything I'm hearing. I think that it's all doable, and we do have an opportunity with the Wild Spaces extension to really do something transformative there. I like that you're thinking ahead about Waldo Road and traffic. It's got to be addressed. That's a dangerous road anyway, and it severs two parts of our community. I mean, and this is typical all across the country, right? State highways were built through neighborhoods. So, what exists east versus west is split by that highway. And so if we can do something in that 16th to 8th to even down to University corridor where it slows things down and calms traffic and makes it more friendly towards all users, it absolutely will better connect the east and west sides of Waldo Road. So I like that part. And I would never speak for Commissioner Henson. Going back in the Wayback Machine, Representative Henson. But knowing she's a resident that lives on Waldo Road, she knows those challenges and would be, I can't imagine not being supportive of that. So I'm always a little cautious about sort of identifying funding sources at the beginning. I think GCRA and Wild Spaces make sense, but I don't want to limit ourselves, and so that's always like to leave it to staff to say, okay, what's the scope, and then where are the appropriate funding sources. And then second, I do like the idea of bringing this back at the May 19th meeting to allow staff to present to us what I was thinking RFQ. We want to find we need to find folks that can help us with this project that have the qualifications, that have done athletic complexes, but also commercial and food and concessions and all, that they have the right skill set. I'm willing to leave it up to staff to figure out what that means. Is it an RFP? Is it an RFQ? An ITN? Invitation to negotiate? Probably not. But I think that allows our staff to sort of hone this down a little bit more and then bring us back the scope of what that we'll call it an RFP for now, would look like, and then we can either say, yes, this is what we're looking for, or add this, or whatever. Because I know that you've been speaking with staff, but this is the first time I think they've heard you and the rest of us all at once. I'm excited about it. I mean, Commissioner Hayes Santos and I, and the rest of you too, but when we first got elected back in 2016, this was on the priority list. And here we are, and it looks the same, right? It's a point of frustration. It really is. And so, I hope this is the spark that jumpstarts a real investment that's going to really add a value to, again, the adjacent neighbors as well as our larger community. And I think that you've gotten us off on a great start. So I'm excited.
So Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your comments. But before we hear from our neighbors, I just want to say that part of the reason for this particular complex is that the city owns 42 acres there. We don't have to buy any land. It's 42 acres that we own. So, but thank you all. All of your comments have been very, very helpful.
Thank you. And do you mind amending the motion to bring this back to the May 19th meeting?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and David, you okay with that? Okay, excellent.
Did you have, you seconded, yeah. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's going to come back to the commission for the staff will come back with the framework for what an RFP would look like. So kind of the same that with the cultural center. And then we'll give input. Is that the RFP that we want? And if not, we'll ask them to make some amendments. And then once we approve that, they'll put it out to bid. We'll get the results back and then approve eventually the group that'll help us through the process. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to address like traffic concerns and the fire safety. I think you can design a place to work. I live on 8th Avenue, and I don't know, more traffic can go there. Sometimes it gets busy. It gets busy in the morning. It gets busy at rush hour, but most of the day there's ample room for capacity. I do want to mention also that I've that had some individuals reach out that are looking to build an ice rink, and they're also looking at the 8th and Waldo site, and that would be private dollars coming in to build a facility as well. So I think there are other opportunities out there, that are out there as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we will now hear from our neighbors. Again, if you're downstairs and if you have been listening, hopefully you have some sign-up slips down there. Go ahead and bring those up if you haven't already done so and give them to our clerk. You can also wait out in our lobby. The TVs and sound is playing out there as well. And we'll make sure to wait for you when your name is called to come in and share your thoughts with us. Everybody will get an opportunity to speak, so don't feel like if you're not in the room right now that you'll be somehow left out. So with that, and I'll just remind, in case there's some first-timers here, when you come up, please introduce yourself. When you start speaking, a green light will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When the red light comes on, your time has expired. And so I'll ask the next speaker to come up at that point. So Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Our first speaker is Sharon Bauer.
Hi, I'm president of the Neighborhood Association immediately south of Citizens Park, and the slide that had East Gainesville needs at the top and East Side needs at the bottom illustrates the problem, because these are two very different areas with very different needs. East Gainesville is anything with East in the address, has always been. East Side is a subset of East Gainesville on the east side of Waldo Road, the east side of the railroad tracks, and is a state-designated distressed community that is 90% black and has half the family income of the west side of Waldo Road. Now to my statement. At the meeting where Commissioner Chestnut brought this up, she and Commissioner Ward kept referring to this as a 34-acre blank slate just waiting for you to do something with it, something you can rent out and make some money off of. It's not. It's a park well used by children from both sides of Waldo. There's no unused space. A sportsplex will require demolition of existing facilities. At the recent WSPP surtax workshop at MLK, people said they don't want a sportsplex. They want you to repair the leaky roof at the MLK Center and renovate or move Citizens Field with its roped-off areas of unsafe seats. If a study shows that a sportsplex in East Gainesville is feasible, the county consultant said it wasn't at that site, spend that east side money in East Side on Hawthorne Road where the east side businesses are and will benefit. Because it's outrageous that you want to move the CRA boundary a quarter of a mile across Waldo so you can take millions away from East Side to cram this down our Duck Pond area throats and tell us to suck it up because it's somehow good for our neighbors in East Side. We've been asking for a workshop about this for 2 years since we first heard about it, and have been told consultants will handle that community engagement later. Hold a workshop at MLK now. Let the community be heard.
All right, thank you.
Next is John Reiskind. I may not be saying it correctly. John
Yeah,
Reiskind?
if we'll, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, who's up next? So John Reiskin and then who?
Next will be Rodney Long.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Reiskin, good.
Mr. Mayor, and the Commission, I'm coming here on behalf, I'm a member of the GCAT, which stands for Gainesville Citizens for Active Transport. I saw that you had to check pro, con, or information. I'm here for information. We are a citizen volunteer group that offer our services to whatever you decide with regard to maintaining safe conditions for pedestrians and bicyclists. Wherever you have a big development, there's potential for unsafe conditions if they're not carefully monitored. We've been working very closely with the parents and the group concerned with safety around the University of Florida. And we're ready to intercede and to represent the public in the complex bureaucracy of getting the changes necessary to guarantee safe conditions for pedestrians and bicyclists. That area on Waldo Road between University and 16th Avenue deserves special attention. And so we stand ready, and we hope to be involved in any plans you make. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rodney Long? And next we'll have Julius Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Rodney Long. I'm the former chair of Plan East Gainesville, and I'm sure you all have heard that for the last 25 years. I had the opportunity to serve as chair of Plan East Gainesville, and it was a joint planning process of the city, the county, University of Florida, Santa Fe Community College, and the University of Florida. And the stakeholders that went through a 2-year planning process, we planned how East Gainesville in the city limits and the county would grow. And we looked at 3 aspects: transportation, conservation, and economic development. The group recommended that the Waldo Road corridor would be the corridor that we would like to have development on. We put in place strategies, and the city adopted all the strategies. And the corridor really was focused from 39th Avenue all the way down past University Avenue. We've had some opportunities to have some great things to happen on the corridor. We missed out on having the sports complex at the fairgrounds. That would have been a great destination place for people to come. We already have about 30,000 trips per day of cars already on Waldo Road. What we need is some synergy. We need to make sure that we can have at least 30,000 people per month to come visit the corridor. So therefore, people in the private sector wouldn't have a problem investing in those types of things that we need. Government can actually be the lead in that. There are 2 ways by which you can do economic development. You can go to places where you already have things like Celebration Point, or government can lead. You can build and people will come. We just want you to do something. The sports complex would be a great idea, I think. It'll begin to bring people to the corridor, and it will actually start the process of economic development. Citizens Field, you've owned that for quite some time. And whatever you do, you need to do something to Citizens Field. It's been there 60 years. The ideal thing would be for the school board to build school facilities on their property that they own and allow that property to be used for different purposes. I think 3 high schools don't have football fields right now. I think that's Buchholz, Eastside, and GHS. But there's property on those schools. The taxpayers may even be willing to pay for expansion of those things on school properties. So you can therefore use all of that property. Transportation, I don't think you're gonna have a big problem with transportation, no more than you have with high school rivalry football games. So transportation shouldn't be a major concern, but it is. But it's time for us to do something. We've been talking about this for 25, 30 years. This commission now has started again talking about this. Let's do something. I appreciate Commissioner Chestnut at least started this conversation again, but some of us been around a long time. And we'd like to
Thank
see
you,
something
Mr. Long. Yeah, when I said 6 years, I know you must have been chuckling to yourself. So I appreciate you bringing us that history.
Julius Long? And next will be Ed Jennings.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? I'm Julius Long. I'm an entrepreneur and entertainer from Gainesville. I've done a lot of events here, and I love Gainesville, and I'm just excited to hear about the opportunity of growth. Citizens feel it would be a great opportunity for not just myself, but for people in the community. Sports saves lives. Sports reduces crime. Also, it'll open up opportunities for entrepreneurship here in Gainesville and out east. In the out east community, a lot of people are into entrepreneurship. So with us having a facility there, that would drive more traffic. It would now make people expand their ideas and now want to create more jobs, right around in that area. They can now utilize more resources that's there. I think with us having a facility that we can now offer more entertainment to come in. Could be possible that we could offer a smaller professional team here. I think Gainesville will be susceptible, or we should be looking to maybe small professional teams. The USFL has now a new professional league. So if we have facilities that we can facilitate this, now we can open the doors for that. Concerts. If I didn't do that concert that just happened last week, but I'm pretty sure if we had a nice, adequate facility, maybe a covering or something, those guys wouldn't have lost $100,000. That's money right out east. That's just something I had, and I feel bad for those guys because if we maybe had, a updated facility, a shelter or anything, or a place that could facilitate that type of crowd that people would have, that wouldn't have happened. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I just feel that economic growth could come for the residents that's around. People here, we need something in Gainesville. We need a change. We need progression. And being out East Gainesville, I think that would show a little initiative, and it will also give people a sense of pride that live out east. It's something new. It's something here for us. Somebody cares. And also, it would be a balance on both ends. Being an entrepreneur here, I think it would be a little difficult, probably rent celebration point, to do some of the events that we would like to do. So if we have two facilities, I think we can now cater to both crowds, cultures, and everyone that's there. And I think it'll bring a balance to Gainesville. That's all I would like to say. Y'all have a nice day.
Appreciate it.
Next is Ed Jennings and Chris Barno.
My name is Ed Jennings. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Always excited to see leadership in the making. Commissioner Chestnut, you're having picked up the ball and run with it. This is the baton, whichever other metaphor you want to use. Hopefully we'll get something in the finish line as a result of this conversation, this step in the conversation. As a lifelong resident and voter in District 1, I'm always excited to see the kind of energy between my District 1 commissioner and my large commissioner, as well as the large commission, to do something new and different in our community. My claim to fame for this particular area is learning how to swim at Northeast Pool. And there are hundreds and thousands of us that call that place a home for varying reasons. For all the kids that started playing football and played at Florida Field back when I was in high school, and that was the big game. And then there was a decision made to move it to Citizens Field, which reinvigorated it. I think the question now to me for you is a couple things. One is time is of the essence. I'm told you have about 7 years or thereabouts of GCRA money. Do you just spend it all? Do you bond it for 7 years and do something bigger? You've got public spaces and wild spaces, wild spaces and public places. How are you going to use that money? Where are you going to prioritize the funding of that? And you still do have the ARPA money, which again, this is once in a generation. God willing, it will never happen again. Not that we don't want the funding, we don't want the problem that caused it to happen again. That you use all of those as funding opportunities, not just for the sports complex, but for the Cultural Arts Center, and look at how we can do it all. Now is East Gainesville's time. Now is East Gainesville's time. Don't pick between, but if it can qualify to be on the Wild Spaces list, the Cultural Arts Center should be on the list, and a sports complex or renovation, whatever the right word is, and I'll claim to be the expert on that. But the thing that I'm excited about that you're doing are two things. One, you both, in these two particular projects we're discussing today, or that have come up today, you've hired experts. I always have some trepidation, Mr. Mayor, when commissioners get to set aside a vision and generalities, It's exactly what they should be doing. But I don't necessarily know that you want to decide without experts' help, saying what's on or off. I would say that as you get the update that the commissioner wants to get in regard to what all you've discussed, give that guidance to a consultant so he, she, or they can give you some guidance. But go ahead and say very, very soon that you want this investment to be a once-in-a-generation kind of investment in our community. There is a debate between City Rec and those programs and economic development. I don't think you need to choose. I want it all. I want to be able to improve our recreational facilities, like Northeast Pool, but ones that can bring people from all the way to South Georgia. I'll give you my last 3 seconds. I was on GSOC board, and we always saw a lack of facilities. So hopefully you'll find that going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. James.
Chris Barno. And next will be Stacy Bertrand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chris Barno, and this is my son, Owen. I'm proud to say Owen just finished his sophomore year at University of Florida the other day. So we've been speaking with Commissioner Santos, actually. I don't know if you all know this, but he played club hockey at University of Florida. My son Owen did as well, too. And in speaking with Commissioner Santos, right now, the team either has to go, the UF club team either has to go to Wesley Chapel down in Tampa or to Jacksonville to play. So we have a partner. His name is Sarge Patel. He was the very first franchise owner for Firehouse Subs in the country. He owns 7 of them. He is interested in working with us for a public-private partnership to develop an ice rink in Gainesville. We've targeted Gainesville, and when Commissioner Santos said we're actually having this meeting today, we jumped in the car and said, here we are. So again, we really appreciate Commissioner Chestnut's point as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to my son, Owen.
Yeah, so hi, everyone. I just wanted to make some quick points. As Mayor Poe mentioned earlier, the City of Gainesville needs a site that can generate revenue 7 days a week throughout many hours of the day. North Central Florida is right now a dead zone for ice hockey, which is a growing market. In fact, USA Hockey has seen over a 56.2% increase in participants and registered participants in the last decade alone. There's over 10,000 registered players right now, and Gainesville is the epicenter of that dead zone. So creating something like that, an ice rink, would be very beneficial. Whether it is at the site of 8th and Waldo, that's up for debate as well, but it is definitely something to consider.
Yeah, and from a space perspective, we're looking at about 3 to 4 acres is probably what we need. We go with 1 sheet of ice first, and then, again, that's figure skating during the day, typically private lessons as well, too, and then hockey as well, plus we can do curling as well. That's kind of a fun sport as well. And again, we recognize the fact that from a socioeconomic standpoint, where that neighborhood is, hockey and figure skating are very challenging because they tend to be expensive sports. We've already reached out to the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they actually do learn to skate programs as well too. So even though they wouldn't put money into the rink, they could help run programs like that to get schools and kids involved. And Owen actually, he and a teammate put together an online petition that Commissioner Santos found initially, and they had 2,300 people respond saying that they might be interested in a hockey rink here in Gainesville. So again, we look forward to continuing with you, and we really appreciate the time.
Right. Thank you. And you had me at curling, and I've got the bug. And I just have to say, I know all of us were a little bit envious when Ocala produced an Olympic speed skater that we, where was Gainesville's Olympic speed skater? So we're behind Ocala, and I don't like being behind Ocala. Anything. But I'm telling you, imagine if we had ice. We could have multiple Olympians in the Winter Olympics. Madam Clerk.
Next is Stacy Bertrand, and then we'll have Joe Beatty.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stacy Bertrand. I oversee our regional economic development strategy at the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce. And we were excited to see this come before the commission today, this particular item, because we are in support of economic development on east of Main Street and east side, however you decide to separate them. But we're excited about it because we believe that it can truly increase the quality of life throughout the city of Gainesville, as well as bring in economic development. And sometimes those two things seem very separate, but in this particular plan, there is opportunity for the community to really be reinvigorated, as well as sports tourism, ecotourism, all sorts of different additional growth opportunities within this plan. So we are in support of a study, a master plan, part of the process, of course, to be able to take a look at what exactly should happen and where it should go. But thank you to you all for championing this particular item, and we look forward to being a part of the process. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Beatty. And while I think this may be a project that's worthy of consideration at some point, I'm really dismayed that we're moving ahead with a tax initiative, trying to put this on a tax initiative. You already have a Wild Spaces program that still has some time running on it. To add more taxes to everybody, but especially those that are less advantaged among us, those that are economically challenged. This is not the time to do it. You have audit reports, you have things that say you have serious financial challenges, and you don't even know exactly where you stand with over 17 months of unreconciled checkbook checking account balances. And now is not the time to be forging ahead, thinking about more ways to spend money and spend money on consultants and that. This is all, wonderful if we had a solid base. Your foundation is crumbling, and the commission refuses to acknowledge that, refuses to look at it as an emergency. And I said in previous citizen comments and comments to different things that you were doing, that you've got a foundation that's crumbling, and you're in here hanging chandeliers and drapes. And, you need to get back to basics. The commission, if I were sitting up there on the dais, I'd go, whoa, you need to stop, and you need to really get the foundation shored up. And all of these things, you say you've been trying to help people, but housing is a problem, and more taxes doesn't help people that can't afford their housing. And you have much more serious problems than this. I mean, this is wonderful in good times, but to be advocating for something like this at this point, saying it's going to help economic development, people need houses. They need their GRU bills to be affordable. The only way it's going to be is you start cutting spending. And so I really urge you to think about what you're doing. You're just running like full bore ahead on, haven't met an expense you don't want to spend. So please think about this carefully. I think, this may or may not be the right project. Just remember, Birmingham has almost 4 times the population. So, we have a way of comparing ourselves to cities, Austin, with 10 times the population, Fort Lauderdale. And so, think about what we can afford and what you're doing to your constituents, especially the ones that are hurting the most. Thank you for your time.
I believe Faye Williams is next.
Good afternoon. And I want to ask for the comfortable chairs. Now that COVID is almost gone, we used to have chairs back here so people can come and be comfortable instead of these. I don't know what kind of chairs these are. But we need something better than that. taxpayers' money, we need to use it for some comfortable chairs. And I think the staff need to be upstairs because they're taking up most of it. I don't understand why they're here. I love you, Tony. I love you, Scott. But, you know, I think the rest of y'all need to go upstairs. Number two, I want to thank Commissioner Chestnut for bringing this proposal. I understand that it needs to be used, but I have to say I'm against it in terms of 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. And that's because of the traffic, number one, and the history of Malcolm X, or Martin Luther King Center. I think it needs to be renovated. I don't think it needs to be abolished or demolished. I think that, you know, a lot of money is going into this project. I don't know why, but it's something underneath all of this. And then to take money from the wild spaces, that money should be used for housing. That's my whole thing. When I come up here, I'm talking about housing. The sports center, great, but the priority should always be on housing. We don't have enough housing, so let's concentrate on housing. I think that, you know, the wild spaces money was, you know, we voted for that because we wanted them to fix up the rec centers. That has not happened. We got at least 5 or 6 rec centers that have not been completed. And I think that wild spaces money needs to be used for that. So I'm really glad that Desmond, you know, stepped up to the plate to say, you know, let's think about it and make it happen, but have another location. Because I definitely don't agree that Waldo Road is the best location for this project. But thank you.
That's the last person we have signed up unless anyone else is here to speak to this item.
Yeah, just take it to the clerk. Yeah, just go ahead and hand it to the clerk. Just hand it to the clerk.
Maria Hove Edwards, Grove Street neighborhood. Good afternoon. I do appreciate your proposal, Ms. Chestnut, but I'm going to come from a very different perspective. I've had 2 accidents in my life. Both totaled my car. Through the grace of God, I walked away from it, and perhaps the fact that I was driving a V70 Volvo. Both happened on Waldo Road. So you do have to be very careful about that road because it is very dangerous, and I'm here to tell you from experience, not from books. The other thing is, what you have on the east side of Waldo Road is that beautiful forest that Meg Niederhofer planted, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago. But behind that, you've got Taka Charlie, which is, I believe, owned by the state and has done great work, sometimes with the mentally unstable, but I don't know what they do now, but I know it's there, and it's a state institution. And further closer to 39th Avenue, I know the Smathers Library has I don't know whether the University of Florida owns it or not, but that's where they keep a lot of the documents where they cannot keep at the University of Florida. It's archival. So that is a point that you can only develop on the west side of Waldo Road. I'm just putting that on the table, not with any idea of what you should do with it. Just be aware of that. My husband just brought to my attention that on 39th Avenue, between Waldo Road and I guess North Main, there is a park. It's an RV park, apparently quite big. We are not quite certain why that is there. And the only thing that could come to mind is that I know that at the University of Florida, when they have all these games, there's a lot of people that come with RVs. So that may help you with that idea of whatever you're trying to do on Waldo Road and 8th Avenue, or not. The University of Florida has wonderful facilities, and I know a lot of people do come for the weekend or whatever it is. So the point is, you do want something on Waldo Road and 8th Avenue that is specifically to that area, and it's not going to compete against the University of Florida, whatever Celebration Point has. I do like the idea that Harvey Ward proposed with the possibility of soccer. that's just a little thing your way. The other thing that I have heard from people is that perhaps the big development, how is it going to spill to Hawthorne Road, where perhaps a lot of the African-American community businesses are. So maybe those are points that you should keep in mind in
Thank you,
developing
Ms.
this.
Suffolk.
And I do like dreams. The
Thank
bigger
you.
the better.
Thank you, Ms. Suffolk. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Next is Dr. Bertha Cato, if I said that correctly.
Madam Chair, Representative Chestnut, thank you so very much for bringing this project to the floor. I think it's a very, very valuable project, and I think that it is something that is very essential for the community. I like what the mayor said when he talked about looking at the value of the project to the community and then looking at it as a catalyst to economic development. I would like to speak to the value. When we think about where we are as a society today, and when we think about where we are as a community today, thinking about some of the benefits that this particular project would bring, some of the health benefits, some of the psychological benefits, some of the sociological benefits. When we think about where COVID has us today and how it has impacted people in terms of loneliness, anxiety, isolation, all those kinds of things, it would be very beneficial for people to have an opportunity to get out, to do things, to socialize. The facility would add all kinds of amenities that we could be able to meet, to do different kinds of things as groups. I am a member of a fraternal organization, and we are always looking for places to have events, special events. And then when you talk about the economic benefits of such a facility, as the mayor talked about earlier, I think that those are just astronomical. When you think about not only the competitive events, when you think about membership opportunities, when you talk about the competitive events in terms of bringing teams in. I used to do the economic impact study for the Thomas Center for the Downtown Art Festival. And we would overwhelmingly find significant benefits in terms of economic benefits, not only for the facility itself, but for hotels, for restaurants, for gift shops. Because if you come to town, you gotta have a souvenir to take back to town. Take back home. So I would just say that we need to kind of really narrow down and horn in on the benefits. And to what degree does the commission believe that those benefits are of value? And then move to the next phase in terms of feasibility. What is the impact on traffic that you've talked about? The impact on the community. But if we can agree that this is significant for the community in terms of health, in terms of the physical benefit, the sociological, the psychological benefits, and then economic benefits, and then begin to say, okay, how do we move forward? And then that's the point when we bring in the experts, because otherwise we can sit around and debate it all day and still get nowhere. Those are my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melvin Flournoy.
Well, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Melvin Flournoy, and I hate microphones. But let me be brief, because everything's been talked about, the economic impact, but there's a human impact that we need to talk about. And one, before I start, the complex is actually called the Knobloch Athletic Complex. Am I correct? And I think the only change to that complex name would be to add Coach Hurd's name. So hopefully we don't change the name. We maybe add Coach Hurd, Jesse Hurd. And there's a long reason for that in history of what they did for this community during the time when we were integrating the school system. Anyways, basically we talked about impacts, and I'm not going to repeat what people already said, but I want you to talk about the human impact. I had 3 daughters who played volleyball and track and field, and we had to travel to Orlando, to Miami, fly to Detroit, fly to Baltimore, fly all over the place to compete at a high level. There were several opportunities to compete at Florida Field, Percy Track and Field. But basically, we will give students in this county a great opportunity to compete in a high level, high performance environment if we allow this complex, this idea to come to fruition. So what I want you to think about is we have a situation where we have the rich kids have the west side of town, they have Jonesville, they have Celebration Point. What do we give these kids on the east side? What are we giving these young people as opportunities to compete in their home environment? We're not giving them anything. So why is it fair to talk about traffic and people having to endure a little bit of noise when we are talking about human costs, a human investment, the human impact of having this opportunity for students to compete, and I say students, student athletes to compete in their home environment. So my wish is that you would move forward with this plan. You get people who will support it to come up with great ideas on having ADA compliance, having opportunities to do things with great ingenuity, like trees planted in strategic locations so that when older people are standing in line, they'll have a little shade, having well-lit areas, And so, like I said, the microphone is not my friend. Rather not use it. But anyway, I thank you for your time and your patience. But all the costs that we talk about, making money is not important as creating young, protected citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other individuals signed up unless you're here to speak.
Okay, did we get everybody? All right, we really appreciate all of you taking some time out of the afternoon to come share your thoughts with us. I think it was both informative and helpful. Commissioner Chestnut, I'm going to allow you to sort of remind people what you shared at the beginning, because I think some folks shared what they thought this was going to be, which is not what you laid out to the commission. And I want to be very clear about the sort of scope of the improvements and investment that you're suggesting we sort of follow up with, that's a little bit different than Birmingham or anything else like that. But let's go ahead and go. I'll go in the order of the lights, and then we'll make sure that we all have an understanding of the motion we're approving, and then move to a vote. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all. I know this is it's been a long conversation. And I want you to know you have been heard. A lot of variety, a lot of options, a lot of alternative ideas, which is part of why I was very much for that, moving it forward so our staff could also hear those ideas, hear some of those concerns and see how we can incorporate them. And there's one big concern I heard, and I really want to address it. I wish that municipal government could focus on one singular thing at a time. I think everyone up here desperately wishes that we had the privilege and leisure of focusing on one single thing at a time, but we can't. As I found out, as we all found out, as some people are going to find out after November, you have to balance 50 spinning plates at a time. Especially a city like us with so many core services that we control. So while there may be questions at our foundation and how we're fixing some of those are being fixed. There are people right now working on those while we sit in this meeting. There needs to be housing. We have folks working on that as far as we can. We need to have better jobs. We can only hire so many people. We have folks working on that. And so one of the reasons why I support this is because it does complement a lot of those spinning plates that we already have. If people need to be able to afford rent, they need good jobs. This will bring a lot of good jobs during construction and then in the actual just existence. It will bring jobs, which then help people pay for housing and their GRU bills. So it's not that we are operating in a vacuum because we want a nice football sportsplex. That's not remotely what Commissioner Chestnut is saying. That is not remotely what we are saying. It is another spinning plate on how we help keep the others in balance. So we are not ignoring other things we are doing. We are not prioritizing this over anything. Everything's a prioritization. Everything's a priority. That's the sad truth. So people who vehemently dislike this on the basis of you're not caring about the things you should be caring about, I will respectfully disagree for the reasons I laid out. And I think my colleagues would agree. There is, at no point can we stop handling business that comes before us or ideas because one thing is happening. Wanted to reiterate that. I think it's important for the conversation as we talk about anything else on our agenda today and next week and the week after. Regardless of what fires are happening, we have 20 other things we have to do at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Areola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very, very good discussion, not just from the dais, but also from the public. Those presentations, I remember them from 2018, and even more recent than that. I've been very public in campaigning for renovating Citizens Field, so this is a perfect dovetail with that. And I think it is a perfect confluence of political will, because ultimately that's why things didn't get done. When we talk about these projects to death, love them to death, often it comes to, do we have the political will as a body to see them through? And I think that this is the perfect timing, because I think that we do. I support the motion because it really empowers our creative staff to look at the feasibility of the different subjects that we've talked about. I want to see something that is feasible. There are a lot of ideas that were thrown out here. We have to be realistic about what's feasible, and I think we're going to get that. I would like to also ask that we add to the motion the third element with the Department of Transportation, that we include the intersection of East University and Waldo Road as well, because whether you're coming north or south, traffic calming will go both ways.
So you basically from University to 16th instead of 8th to 16th. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for speaking. I guess can I get is part of the motion to bring it back on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay. If we could split that out, because that's the only portion I'm ready to move forward on it at this time. I'll move forward on the road corridor too, but if we could split those out.
Okay.
I'm with you. I'm just not with you right today. I want to just bring it all together. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been very, very enlightening, and I appreciate everyone coming up to speak, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues here. Sometimes life seems better on the other side. You think it is. And going to Birmingham was an excellent opportunity for me, because I'd heard so much about this crossplex complex. But getting to see it for myself really brought home that this was not what Gainesville needs, not what I wanted to bring back to Gainesville. The crossplex is not for us. I think what we have to really, the people in Birmingham said it for me very well. Be sure of your mission, your purpose, and who you're serving. The East Side Complex is to serve our community. That is the basis. Our East Side community needs this development. They need what I'm talking about in terms of economic development. They need the variety of activities. They need this. This would be transformational for East Gainesville, period. It would be transformational. So no, we don't want to be the crossplex. That's a 755,000 square foot facility. Nowhere near it, not even a quarter of it do we want. But I had to see that for myself. 2, this is not Celebrations Point. We're not in competition with Celebrations Point. Celebrations Point is an indoor facility. The basic premises for East Gainesville will be an outside facility, although we will have some inside activities, but our whole goal is it is a multi-use facility. You're going to have inside and outside. But most of all, what I want people to hear is that this is a community facility. It is guided by the community, and it will have some weekend tournaments, not every weekend. Now, when people come to Gainesville, they go to Depot Park because that is the gold standard destination. I want to see East Gainesville be the gold standard destination for all of us. All of us. We need that. We need that for our community. So that is the reason that I really just got onto this. And I'm going to stick with it, as my mother would say, like white on rice. So no matter where you go, I'm going to be here fighting for this until I see it happen. And with that, Mr. Mayor, what I proposed, I'll just say again, as long as everyone realizes what we are not after, we are after a facility for our community, for our neighbors, for our people. And that is why we ask to direct staff to include the sports complex on the 22 wild spaces, public places infrastructure list. And so for the public, I will say that this is going to be considered. I'm very happy that we have enough time to get it on the list. I did not want to miss that list, and we'll have a chance to talk about it further. To direct staff to secure a consultant to explore the project scope, needs, facilities, and provide a cost estimate for a multi-use sports complex at 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. I really respect what Commissioner Sacco said. I think it's very good. We don't want to give a blank check to the consultant. We want it to be narrow, focused. And so by taking Commissioner Hayes-Santos' motion, May 19th, we'll be able to bring that back, and this commission will be able to narrow that focus. And so that's exciting. 2, to request Representative Yvonne Hayes-Henson to bring this to the Florida Department of Transportation. I had a personal conversation with Chris Furlow from GCAT before this meeting, as I've been talking to lots of people. And he was so excited that we were going to put Waldo Road on our list to look at. And I think expanding it the way that Commissioner Ariel is talking about from 16th Avenue up to East University Avenue, we know that we have challenges there, and if we have the opportunity to address it, I think that would be wonderful. And most of all, to involve our community neighbors in the outreach and community engagement efforts, including the Alachua County School Board. When you look at these facilities around the state of Florida, as I have looked at a number of them, reading about them, you will find that it is the city that takes the lead in providing the stadium for the high schools. It's the city that takes the lead there. So I feel comfortable in the city of Gainesville being that leader in providing for East Side Gainesville High School in Buchholz. These are our kids. Their parents are paying the taxes here, and I have no qualms in supporting them and providing that space. Somebody wanted something else added. Did I get everything?
No, I think that was it.
Okay.
Got it, yep.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. I think this has been a very, very healthy discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I've got Commissioner Duncan Walker. Can we wait? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I simply wanted to make sure that as the District 1 Commissioner, I extended my thanks to Commissioner Chestnut, and that I acknowledged the fact that so many people for so long have been trying to address the needs of not just that corner, but the surrounding community. And so to hear some of those people come forward this afternoon and express how going all the way back to Plan East Gainesville and probably before, being acutely aware that members from the GCRA board had participated in traveling to Birmingham and bringing back information, and staff had participated. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge everybody who at any point in history looked at Gainesville, that particular quadrant, that particular area that has stood in need for so long, and at any point said, let's do something, at any point dreamed, at any point brought something forward. I think we have the distinct privilege, as it was also mentioned before, of bringing that to fruition, something to fruition that will be intentional, that will be meaningful, and that will be thoughtful to the surrounding community and to Gainesville at large. And for that, I'm appreciative, I'm grateful, I'm looking forward to what staff will bring back and future conversations. This is an amazing time in history to be able to be a part of this type of decision-making, and I'm grateful to have seen it for myself. I'm grateful that we are recharging some sort of idea, and I'm grateful that we're finally going to have the opportunity to respond to the community that has been begging for us to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. I just want to end with, just look at the synergy created. This complex is in District 4, yet it is the gateway to District 1. So it's at-large commissioner, we, Commissioner Sacco and I are commissioners for all of the districts. And that is why this is such a pleasure to jump in and to bring this forward. But Commissioner Hayes Santos is in his district and is the gateway to Commissioner Duncan Walker's district. So we are delighted to be able to help here.
Absolutely. Okay, Madam Manager.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the scope that we bring back on the 19th, it will incorporate many elements, obviously, that Commissioner Chestnut has mentioned today. Some of the comments that we've received in terms of neighbor input. We will not have a consultant on board prior to that.
No.
I just want to be sure.
No, I think what we need on the 19th is the sort of framework for the RFP, so we know what is going out and what deliverables will come back after they get narrowed down and selected. And I do want to be a little cautious about just referring to this as sports complex, because I think Commissioner Chestnut, you referred to potentially senior center, and that's not necessarily sports. That's more than yeah, right. Yeah, and me, I'm right there. I'm right on your heels. So it's more about how do we imagine that. Right. How do we imagine that city-owned area for improvements and sort of enhancements that will benefit the community? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. So is the motion to secure a consultant or just to come back with the scope on the 19th?
To come back with
okay,
it,
okay.
yes, for a framework for what the RFP would look like to go out to hire a consultant.
Ultimately scratch the second one.
Well, no, we've added to the second one to bring back on the 19th the framework for an RFP. Okay. We're not hiring anybody yet. We'll have a further, once we see the framework, we'll see if does that meet our vision and needs. If not, we can add to it before staff puts it out on the street, basically. Do you still want to split?
No, if we're not hiring somebody, I'm
okay. Very good. Then all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Good work, everybody. Folks that came out to share their thoughts, thank you as well. Greatly appreciated. Up next, every time I talk about the manager at this, I say, have we voted on this like 12 times? She says, yes, you have, but one more. So the next item is the Eastside Urgent Care Initiative. So we're going to hear a brief presentation. And then really what we have not done is authorized the execution order to do this. So we've approved it, but we haven't enabled the manager or anybody else to execute. So Mr. Persons, if you'll give us a brief overview And then we'll get, hopefully, the last time we have this before.
I certainly hope so.
Okay. So go ahead, Mr. Persons. Commissioner, I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. We've been lucky to be able to be part of a multi-department team working on the East Side Clinic property. And I have a very brief presentation. It's so brief that actually I'm just going to talk about what I'm asking for you to give us direction on today. Number one, we have a finalized tri-party agreement between UF Shands, the city, and the county for funding. So we're asking the commission to approve that today so we can move forward and Shands can move forward with some of their site planning. Two, we're asking for commission direction or any input on some of the other pieces in terms of the site obviously presents a great deal of opportunity to co-locate a lot of other supportive uses, one of which being the RTS transfer station. So we've been actively working with UF Shands and RTS to locate that on UF property, and that's been going very well. We also have been working with GFR on co-locating a CRP facility along with RTS, and so we're working those things. My department is going to be initiating land use and zoning changes to facilitate all of this. So all of those things are in process right now, and so we're looking for any input that the commission has on those. I don't believe, even though as the mayor indicated, we've been before you a couple of times talking about this project, I don't believe that we've actually had a chance to sort of look at it all in totality. So we wanted to make sure we did that before we move forward with land use and zoning. We are also exploring some land acquisition. As I think the commission knows, there is a private parcel that exists between some of the land that we own adjacent to GTEC and the UF parcel. So we're looking at doing some acquisition there. And then finally, while this was on your March 10th GPC agenda, it was sort of wrapped in with all the other ARPA stuff. We did have put out an RFI, and we do have those RFI responses in your backup along with some analysis. So we look for any direction that the commission would like to provide on those as well. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruce. Over to the commission, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just put forward a motion that we move forward with the agreement, that we have staff work on land use and zoning changes that would allow for the use or allow for the facilities there, and it would be similar to the land use of Cornerstone GTEC property next door. And then third, that we continue to work on the RTS transfer station and GFR community paramedic program.
Okay, motion and a second. Commissioner Ariola. Great. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone who's worked on this. I don't think I could name them all if I had all meeting. And I really want to say thank you to UF in that they responded well to my personal request that we have some guarantee of operation. And so I saw that in the agreement, and I think those terms are fair, that we are guaranteed a minimum, as far as you can guarantee anything, 20 years of service. Correct. For just a little over $2 million. I can't do math very well, but I think that's a pretty low cost for providing medical services where previously there weren't as many. So if you kind of take that just over $2 million over 20 years at that rate, I think that's a guarantee of something that wasn't there, and that it's going to stay. Or we get our money back. Ideally, I would prefer that they stay, but worst case scenario, we get our money back. So thank you to everyone who really worked on that. I'm excited, and I know that was a concern for a lot of our neighbors, that we were just giving away money, but we have smart lawyers in the room and crafty negotiators who made sure that the people's money, this once in a lifetime privilege of funding, is not just being tossed out a window. We have provisions to protect it.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Well, today is the day for East Gainesville. This too has been a long time coming, and as Sam would say, so I'm glad to see it. People will be happy and they help. It's going to be a wonderful health addition for our community. It's going to be a wonderful health addition to our community, so I'm very pleased to see it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I too am thrilled to see this finally getting, every step we take is that much closer. So I continue to be pleased every time we take another step. Has the county approved what we're approving now?
Yeah, yes, they have. They've,
Thank goodness.
right, so this is our last step for approval. The county's been authorized to sign.
If I might add, Mr. Mayor, if I might just to make sure everything is clear, the tri-party, everybody is on board. The initiative regarding the East Side Hub and the community paramedicine is a conversation right now with the city.
Correct.
And Shands. It may be something that you may want to consider putting on the city-county joint meeting for discussion in terms of whether the county may want to participate in that. But it is not connected at this point with the tri-party.
That's correct. And just to add to what the manager is saying, we have been in talks with UF about the land disposition for the transfer station and essentially having UF essentially give that land to the city for the transfer station and the CRP. So those negotiations or discussions are ongoing as well. So I think that would be welcome discussion if the county was interested in bringing that piece in as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'll just add a little tiny bit. I've had some really good discussions with senior leadership at UF Health, and they are incredibly excited about what other opportunities this will have. I mean, they do not see this as this is what we're going to do and that's it. They want to get this up and operating so it can be the anchor for significantly expanded opportunities in dental, in primary care, and in community-based health initiatives. They just need this to happen to allow all those other things to happen. So they're ready to go, and I think they'll be thrilled to know that we're finally to this place. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item?
I don't believe we have anyone specific for this item. We did have one or two people who wanted to speak to multiple items. I don't know if Joe Beatty is still here.
Hey, Ms. Beatty, if you're outside and you wanted to speak to the East Side Health Clinic.
Mr. Mayor, as we're waiting, I did want to add, there is a associated conceptual plan that Shan's been working. It's in your backup. And to your point, there are some additional buildings that are planned, including some of the other types of medical services. There is, I did want to highlight a significant portion of the property's frontage on Hawthorne Road that's been tentatively earmarked for a potential community food hub or grocery store. So there are a lot of additional potential uses, and I think, as you said, Shan's has been really great to work with and very open to really creating not just a 10,000 square foot clinic, but really like a location and a hub for all these types of uses to be really complementary to each other.
Yeah, I know they've also spoken about using some of that space for members of the community that are health navigators to like have a presence and be able to interact with neighbors as they come in to get other services. So I think there's a lot of potential there. Okay, Madam Clerk, I don't see. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Madam Manager, thank you and congratulations.
Mr. Mayor, I might say, even though it's been a little while since the board saw this, the tri-party agreement in terms of modifications, and it's been going on for as long as from the time we stopped talking about it until now. So we did not hold anything
Yes, ma'am.
up.
Yeah, I appreciate you assuring us of that. That is helpful. Okay, up next we have the GCRA update. Madam Manager, you want to give any introduction here?
Yes, sir. We want to comply. I think the GCRA, maybe they were reporting in the past, maybe on a monthly basis. The board was more up to date on what was happening. So we want to start doing it, maybe not on a monthly basis, but on a quarterly basis. So Ms. Modile is here today to just give you an update on what's happening in GCRA. It is under construction, if you will, from an organizational point of view, but Ms. Deal is doing a good job, and she's here to give you an update today.
Wonderful. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, Modile, GCRA staff. And we are excited to bring you a GCRA update, and we look forward to find that way to bring it to you on a regular basis. So thank you for having us here today. We do have GCRA staff here today as well, in case there's additional questions that you might have that we can bring back, also any feedback that's provided. So thank you. I did want to make a note that the GCRA annual report was filed on March 31st, and we did bring some copies if anyone would like copies here. But we have them over there, and I'd be happy to bring that to you. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, timing is perfect to start with 8th Avenue and Waldo Road improvements. This image is a slide that was brought forward by the former Office of Capital Asset Planning Economic Resilience to the GCRA Advisory Board meeting on December 14th, 2021. It outlines the 8 acres of the site's approximately 36 that are located on the GCRA's district. Where on the map, the current GCRA boundary is represented in that sort of turquoise color in the red dotted lines. At the March 2nd, 2022 Joint City County Commission special meeting, a motion was made to come back to the City Commission and change the GCRA area boundaries to include all the city's own properties, the city's own 36 acres at 8th and Waldo. We wanted to give a quick update as to where we are in that process. The GCRA has been working with legal, and we are in the process of getting an updated GIS map drawn. Once we receive the map, we will be bringing forward a draft interlocal agreement amendment to share with both the City Commission and the County Commission for the respective approvals, and a GCRA ordinance amendment that replaces the current map of the GCRA boundary with a new map that includes the entirety of the city's 36 acres at that 8th and Waldo. This item will be brought forward to City Commission once it is completed. Next slide, please. GTEC repositioning. So GTEC building is about 30,652 square feet, and it's on 0.86 acres. And right now, the rentable space, where 44% is tenant occupied. We are pleased to report the success of our quarterly GTEC tenant luncheons. Our last luncheon was hosted at March 18th, where we were grateful for the support of Gail Dykeman from the Procurement Office and Sylvia Warren from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. They came to the GCRA office and held a discussion with the tenants on how they can do business with the City of Gainesville. It went so well that we decided that we felt that that is something that we should bring forward about twice a year and to continue and to maintain. We last discussed the GTEC repositioning at the November 18th, 2021 City Commission meeting. The approved recommendation was for staff to work towards next steps in 3 areas. The first one was programming, to continue the partnership with Santa Fe College for an enhanced incubator services, to clearly define and commit long-term programming and management plan, to create operating and financial model that reflects the new market focus, which is East Gainesville entrepreneurs, minority-owned businesses, and businesses providing goods and services to the area. The next was regarding the facility. To continue to address maintenance needs with city facilities, I do want to say that they have done an incredible job and have been extremely supportive since we've been at the GTEC property. We also have to bring back a phase plan for identified interior and exterior upgrades. And thirdly, this is the community economic development piece, to create economic development programs to support diverse businesses and continue to host community events to create more opportunities and bring the community to the site. Also to continue engagement with current tenants to create community and understand their needs. On April 4th, we received confirmation on the EDA release from legal and are in the process of sending it to the mayor for signature. And then at that point, we will record the covenant in the public records of Alachua County. To not waste any time, we have had discussions and begun with consultants on the development of a GTEC master plan. and the proposals right now are going through procurement. For those on the commission enthusiastic to see what the GCRA might bring forward with that GTEC master plan, we would love to invite you to come and see our GCRA space at the GTEC. We're on the second floor. We'd like to refer this to a model office or as a model home, as this is something that we feel could be a future design and the interior upgrades of the building. The GCRA space was issued a certificate of completion in February 19, 2021. And as our tenants know, our doors are always open, and so we would welcome you to come spend time with our GCRA team. And with that, I would love to take a few moments and just show you a couple pictures if you haven't had the opportunity to see our space. So if you don't mind, next slide, please. This is the GCRA space, so please come and see us. This is something that we do feel could be replicated throughout the building. Next slide, please.
That does not look like the GTEC I know. That is awesome. Sorry.
Go back to the first slide.
I apologize for interrupting.
No, thank you.
I'll be out there. I'm going to do a pop-in. That's awesome.
Coffee is always ready.
All right.
Or tea. Wonderful. Next slide. So I think this brings us into Cornerstone. For anyone that has been over at GTEC with regarding this master plan and starting to work with a consultant, we would like to recruit more Cornerstone businesses to Cornerstone campus and retain the graduates of GTEC in East Gainesville. The redeveloped 13 acres surrounding GTEC, there's 4 ready-to-go sites and build sites in various sizes. The image is from J. Brown Professional Group. It's an engineer's drawing that was brought to the GCRA board back in March 16 of 2015 of the vision of Cornerstone pending sort of a completed build-out. I apologize for the text being so small, but I will kind of guide you to the GTEC map. If you want to see the GTEC building, that would be Building A. Lot C would be Mariu, and then lots B, E, D, and F are the ones that are available at this time. No additional funds were budgeted in FY22, but we roughly have about $180,000 rolled over from the previous fiscal years at this time. As we reposition GTEC building and Cornerstone, we are thinking about actually redesigning sort of a new signage at the entrance of Hawthorne Road, something that would say Cornerstone campus, and also include signage that clearly communicates that the campus is a City of Gainesville property. This, we feel, will be a great marketing effort and would help the real estate agents on the availability of those 4 ready-to-build sites. Next slide, please. Business improvement grant update. So at this time, so far this fiscal year, we've completed payouts to do business improvement grants totaling about $115,000 in grant funds, in addition to the private investments of $153,058, leading to the total combined investment of $268,058. One application completed the majority of the work, but withdrew from the program due to planned sale of the building. 2 additional approved applications are currently progressing with the improvements, and so we look forward to bringing back those images once the work is completed here in the future. Next slide, please. 5th Avenue, Pleasant Street, Historic Heritage Trail. Fiscal year 22 new funds of $150,000 brings our funds to about $1.2 million for the total available to complete for completion between the tax increment funding and also the interlocal funds. After 2 failed attempts to solicit for a continuation of design and implementation of 5th Avenue, Pleasant Street Historic Heritage Trail, GCRA staff, leadership, and procurement developed a new strategy for moving the project forward. In short, the history portion has been broken out into a separate ITN, which is now under a cone of silence. Staff does look forward to presenting its recommendation to the City Commission this summer. Beyond the historic narrative, the streetscape portion of the project will be revamped so the design and construction phase may be started and joined with the historic segment of the project in order to bring the Heritage Trail to life. Staff will seek the feedback and recommendation from 5th Avenue Pleasant Street neighbors via neighborhood engagements, internal and external stakeholders, the GCRA Advisory Board, and the City Commission. Next slide, please. This was just a quick slide that we wanted to bring back to your attention. You probably remember seeing that just recently. This is the city manager's office brought this forward on March 17th, 2022 as Affordable Housing Framework presentation. The GCRA's current contribution is about $5 million to this initiative as of March 15th, 2022, and it is reflected in the slide from this presentation. Next slide, please. Heartwood sales status. Currently, there are 11 homes in planning and permitting. 5 homes are pending construction contracts. 17 lots are available to purchase. Next slide, please. And we would like to talk a little bit about the Heartwood marketing. Heartwood, we have been working closely with our realtor team, Team Dynamo with Keller Williams, to market the homes. Regular open houses are happening every Sunday. The model home will be featured in the Builders Association North Central Florida Spring Parade of Homes. The realtor tour will be Thursday, May 19th from 4 to 7. And then also the Parade of Homes will be May 14th through 15th and the 21st to the 22nd from 12 until 5 p.m. We will be there, so we absolutely welcome each and every one of you if you can find the time to come join us. Next slide, please. So this is an estimated Heartwood Dreams to Reality cost analysis. These are just examples of the estimated contributions made by the City Housing Department and the GCRA Department for the Dreams to Reality program. The sales prices of the Dreams to Reality homes are set, but the mortgage amount is based on the buyer's maximum affordability. There are multiple buyers with the same home, and their mortgage amounts are similar, but they're not going to be exactly the same. So the contract between the GCRA and the builder is based on an estimated project cost that uses the cost plus model. The final cost will be known when construction has been completed. The builders will be turning in receipts for all the expenses and will be reimbursed based on the actual cost to build the home. Our model here, for example, the Red Maple, you will see the estimated total city contribution is approximately $116,138. Next slide. This shows our Heartwood Showcase pricing. The prices of the showcase include the lot to incentivize the showcase lots. Those lot prices do range from $27,000 to approximately $33,000. And because of the rising cost, the homes did include the lot price. Navigating the changing housing market and rising construction cost has been an ongoing challenge for the GCRA, and we meet with the builders, the real estate team, HCD, and communicate the best ways to navigate these ongoing challenges. On April 25th, the listing price of the market rate homes on this chart do go up 5% from the most recent price in this presentation. This is due to the increase in material cost. The GCRA is preparing to meet with the city manager and city leadership to work together towards potential additional ways to navigate the changing housing market and rising cost. This meeting will take place after the Parade of Homes event, and we are getting lots of interest with these market rate homes at the prices they are today. We look forward to bringing you an update after the Parade of Homes, and we hope to also see you there. I did want to give a quick side note. There has been some questions regarding the original fence. I just wanted to let everyone know that the original fence right now is protecting the heritage oaks and will be removed when construction of the 2 adjacent lots is complete. Expected removal is around February 2023. So I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of an update because I know there were questions regarding the fencing. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the GCRA housing programs and overview. I was able to bring this forward and speak a little bit regarding the March 17th Affordable Housing Framework presentation that the city manager presented. And so I just want to give sort of a high-level update on this one. On the My Neighborhood, it began on January 15th. The first application deadline did end on March 31st. The second application cycle will begin in May and run through July. To be eligible, applicants must have lived in the listed neighborhoods for at least 3 years before the year 2011. On the heirs property assistance program, this also began shortly this year, and this will run continuously. The home energy and water efficiency program on January 15th runs continuously and is also district-wide. This program is in partnership with the Community Weatherization Coalition. The neighborhood paint program began on April 1st, And April 1st, the GCRA kicked off additional community outreach to work in Greater Duval, Porters, Spring Hill, and Sugar Hill. The Historic Home Stabilization Program is anticipated to be brought forward to a future City Commission meeting, and we'll discuss it more in depth in the slide in this presentation. So next slide, please. The My Neighborhood Program, 4 applicants have been approved. The next application cycle, the GCRA will continue more community outreach opportunities. The GCRA is preparing to host an application workshop where we can answer questions and potentially help applicants to fill out their applications right there. The Heirs Property Assistance Program, since this agenda item was updated, we have received more applicants, so the total now is 20 approved applicants. The Home Energy and Water Efficiency Initiative, 6 participants in the first quarter. GCRA will continue outreach to increase knowledge about this program. The contract with CWC was amended to only include home energy tune-ups at this time because upgrades due to the ARPA funds bringing more funding to LEAP bolstered the LEAP program to offer more funding for those upgrades. And then the Neighborhood Paint Program, we started accepting applications on April 1st, and we are proud to say that we have 11 paint applicants at this time. And the GCRA will report back to the Commission at our next update about the number of homes painted and hopefully some photos to share too. Next slide, please. So the last time I was able to speak with you, questions were about the outreach efforts with the GCRA housing program. This is just an overview of what we have done from January 1st on through to May, but I'd like to focus my time with you and show some of the outreach efforts that we are currently doing and the efforts that have been or will be. Last weekend, our team did get to see some of you over at the 5th Avenue Pleasant Street Art Festival. Tomorrow, Friday, the GCRA is hosting a lunch and learn with a GTech tenant, local organizer Shonda Mays with K-Mays Enterprise, and we will be available in person and also in Zoom at the GTech building. We, in May, again, will be attending neighborhood meetings and signing people up for neighborhood paint program. We are also going to be increasing our advertising and community outreach for the My Neighborhood program. We're planning an application workshop in May. Property Appraiser is continuing to do probate panels, so we will continue our partnership with the Property Appraiser to identify and contact heirs property owners. Looking at the PRCA's calendar and also other city departments' calendars, we are able to table all the city events, exploring partnerships with NAACP and other community organizations. We are sending a direct mailer that targets certain neighborhoods for the energy efficiency program. We are partnership with local lending and real estate groups for the My Neighborhood. We are seeking additional partnerships with social service agencies. We are working with Habitat for Humanity to enter their eligible recipients into My Neighborhood. We're coordinating with HCD's home rehab and home ownership programs. The GCRA is actively working with other city departments as well in preparation for the upcoming affordable housing workshops. We will be supporting the workshop efforts and also tabling our housing programs to continue the outreach efforts. We are working with Communications Department and doing a feature story on the GCRA programs. The goal of our marketing outreach is to do events and activities that help information about the programs increase through word of mouth techniques. It does take time to get the word out. However, we have found that one-on-one communication is best. On top of attending meetings, after tabling the neighborhood association meeting, staff has a sign-up sheet. After the meeting, staff calls each person who has expressed interest on the program and personally talks to them about their options. Staff also follows up with those who began an application process and has shown interest to help them walk through it. It may take a little bit to follow through and to encourage and to help people feel empowered and build trust, but we are doing that every day, each person that comes into the office or calls. Next slide, please. The housing program outreach data. Pictured here is the Heirs Property Forum hosted by Alachua County Property Appraisers. There were over 120 people in attendance. We sent out a postcard that you see here in the slide on the heirs property that are in our district. Some of the data and how we outreach have done so far. Several applicants are in the wing. We try to reach out to people a few times a week and inquire and follow up about their submitting. General inquiries can come in by walk-ins, by phone, or even email inquiries. Although we have been able to not track all of them, what we can share with you is 120 more inquiries, which staff has directly followed up or spoken to at this time. Our website also saw a big increase in traffic. November 1st through December, when the programs first opened up, we only had about 64 views on our website. After the programs opened, we had close to 2,000 views on the program page. Next slide. Historic Home Stabilization Assistance Program. We wanted to bring forward an update on this program to you today to discuss at a high level the details of the program, to seek feedback prior to bringing the full program and the documents to a future City Commission meeting. The Historic Home Stabilization Program was initially a program administered by the Planning Office with the Department of Sustainable Development. The program at first was on Pleasant Street Historic District. After consulting with the GCRA Advisory Board over 3 meetings, the program has been updated to meet the GCRA goals to maintain neighborhood culture and population of neighborhoods by preventing the demolition of homes and to preserve the original character, defining architectural elements of the neighborhoods. The eligible program neighborhoods are 5th Ave, Porter's Quarters, Pleasant Street, and Spring Hill. These neighborhoods were selected because they were identified in the Comprehensive Plan Historic Preservation Element chapter as the neighborhoods most at risk losing historic character. The program offers exterior rehabilitation, work on historic structures. It will use home rehabilitation contractors, and they will be procured via a citywide request for qualifications for trades and general contractors. To be eligible, applicants' homes need to be designated in a historic structure. The applicant must own and occupy the house, or a family member must occupy the house. The applicant's income eligibility was recommended by the GCRA Advisory Board and with community feedback from engagements to be at the medium income or below. This income is based off of the HUD Gainesville medium income limits. The program awards will be competitive. It will be a competitive process where lower income applicants will receive priority. The program is a forgivable 5-year mortgage for the cost of the repairs at 0% interest, with a requirement to homestead the property for 5 years. The expected rollout of this program is contingent upon the final approval, and also contractors for this would need a request for qualifications. More details about the program will be presented at a future City Commission meeting. GCRA staff is working with legal right now and HCD on the definition of residential single-family dwelling units. Staff are trying to identify how to include potentially multifamily homes, duplexes, condominiums, or attached units without extending the program to apartment complexes. Next slide. Thank you. So the recommendation for the Historic Home Stabilization Assistance Program will be brought forward. We just wanted to note here that it's saying that it would be on consent. I think when we come back and once it's approved with the city attorney as to form and legality, we may continue to work with HCD and legal on some of those questions, and it could be brought forward to you on a presentation. So I did want to say that as a correction to this slide. The GCRA will also have on consent the GCRA Advisory Board rules. The GCRA ordinance regarding the amendment of the rules of the GCRA Advisory Board does need to be approved by City Commission. In Section 2408 of the ordinance, it reads, the Advisory Board should meet monthly and may adopt the rules of procedure subject to approval by the City Commission to govern and contact the meetings. We appreciate the opportunity to bring forward all of this information to you today. GCRA staff is here to answer any additional questions and also to take back that feedback, and I thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Dean, and the entire GCRA staff. It's good to see you back with us again.
Thank you.
It seems like it's been a while. And that's not on you, that's on us. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all very much. 2 items. One on the Historic Homes Program. I'm glad we have the media or the income requirement there, because without that, it would just be a subsidy for the rich. Because usually what happens over time in historic districts. On that, though, I strongly believe that it should not just be for just for single family homes. I think duplexes, triplexes, when these homes were all built, you were allowed to build a duplex, you're allowed to build triplex, and we shouldn't just be subsidizing the most expensive type of housing that we have in our city. So that's a change that I would like to see when we're discussing that next Thursday. Secondly, I think we need to kind of discuss our CRA plan and budget. We never really did when that came before. We got it and we kind of just approved it. We never really had a real discussion. And my worry is that we're going to kind of do all these small little incremental things that do make a change, but do make a difference, but are not making some transformational projects. And I do think that we should revisit the CRA budget and plan. And like, for example, the 8th and Waldo, I mean, $2 million budgeted for that is not going to make a significant difference. And I strongly believe that we should discuss that and kind of make sure that what's on that budget and plan is still a priority for the commission. So I'm hoping that we can schedule that discussion sometime in June or sometime before we get to, or maybe part of the budget discussion. But I strongly believe like are we going to put money towards Ethan Waldo? Are we going to do these other things? Duncan Walker and I talked about redoing 8th Avenue and making changes to that. So those are two things. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Hayes Santos, I will agree on kind of just looking at the plan, just for our benefit, for the public's benefit, to see where we can change things. Priorities change over time. How we do things change over time. I am excited to see, what more we're going to do with the historic home stabilization program. I'm going to get the road wrong, but I think it's First Street. And one of those homes recently had a fire. And when I saw it, it broke my heart because it was a beautiful property. And now this whole second floor, I don't even know what the interior looks like. And those are jewels. Those are jewels in our community that should be protected. But I will also agree that we could look at other types of property. My question is, as far as historic homes, I know a lot of them have been retrofitted to be not traditional, but technically triplexes and duplexes where they are split. Are those being counted as such, or are they being counted as single-family home because it was built as a single-family home?
Excellent question. That is why we're working with HCD and legal. We're having the similar questions that you're having, and we want to come back and have those questions clearly defined for you. So we will be bringing that back, whether on consent or to have a conversation and presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I'm really glad to get all the data that we're getting about our programs. I think it's good for us. One piece that I don't see, but I really want to see is we have how many applications we've accepted. I want to see how many applications we received because I think that is indicative of the need of people. If you sit down and fill out an application, you want this. And if we accept 15, but we had 1,000 people apply, what other need is there and how do we meet those needs? So I think that's valuable data for us to have, either in a memo, it doesn't have to come back, or in the next update if you have it, but just what other needs, what other applicants were there? They were disqualified, but what were those needs? And last but not least, I can only assume because we included the picture in the presentation, but we are responsible for the paint job down at Harry's. And if we are, thank you. Because I've been looking at it, I go, it's so red, but it's also so new. And I'm very excited about seeing that when I come downtown now. So thank you for making that happen and adding vibrancy, literal vibrancy to that segment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Deal, for this presentation. I wanted to ask a couple of specific questions, beginning with the My Neighborhood program. First, let me say that I'm grateful to see that we did get some applications approved for that. I believe the last time we talked, we were just nearing that deadline point, and I don't think anyone had applied at that point. So I don't know what happened, but I'm grateful to see that we did at least get some applicants approved for that. I'd like to ask you about whether or not we're collecting data from these applicants. And the reason I'm asking is because it's a brand new program that we're trying to figure out how well it works, what things are happening that are going well, and where we might be able to tweak it where possible. So could you speak to that?
I'm also going to bring up our project manager, Chelsea Bakaitis, on this as well, because I think she has additional information. This is a suite of pilot programs, and so as we find some of the things that you're asking, we are going back and writing down the details so that we can bring back to you some of the challenges that we faced at that time. But Chelsea, would you like to come and speak to that?
I'll go over the data we're collecting and then kind of my process. So right now, whenever I'm looking over applications or talking to someone and there's something like, oh, that would be useful to collect for next time, I have a list of things I'm going to incorporate into next year's program. As far as data, we're just collecting basic income, address, where the heirs' property are. So if we wanted, we could start looking into more demographic information for next year, because I'm starting to see that as something that would be good to see if that would be something good to see how effective the program is. So, yeah.
And also to that point, Chelsea, may I add something like focused conversations with the people who are participating in our programs, asking them where they see room for improvement. Was this truly helpful? Would it have benefited you if we bumped up the amount of monies that were available? Where could you see what I'm saying? Not telling you how to do your job, but certainly hearing from the people that we're serving, I think, is always important. So if you had any plans to do any type of focused group discussions or focused individual interviews, I think that's always helpful in guiding our processes. Thank you very much for that. To Commissioner Hayes-Santos' point, I too am very interested in seeing where we are with the budget. I think that we have a lot of great ideas that we have out on the table and out on the floor, a potential source of revenue, but no real, I think, clarity as to what's exactly there. And I think that's very, very important. So I look forward to that conversation about knowing where we are there and what things you guys already, that you're currently doing so that we can kind of get a better grip on how to move forward. I am always excited to hear about any movement on the Heritage Trail. And so I was really glad to see that we have, I believe, an ITN out. And it sounds like you've broken that up into 2 separate processes this time. Wonderful. Do you have any idea, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to my slide here, Ms. Deal, do you have any idea about a time frame in terms of, if we had to say what your goal was, or what GCRA's goal was in terms of completing this project, are you able to speak to that?
I am eager to speak to that. We actually are in the process of setting up a meeting with the city manager and leadership. The idea is to go over our entire budget, what is currently in progress, what might be in planning, putting budget to that, and then also we have some wonderful ideas on how to move quite a few of these projects forward. So we're looking forward to that conversation. I believe you will hear back from us and probably we would have that meeting in 3 weeks. We wanted to wait until after the Parade of Homes to get a good pulse on the challenges that we're facing at Heartwood to see what comes through in those sales. And then I think that for Heritage Trail, there's some opportunities, but we will wait until after we speak to the city manager.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor. First, that the historic homes program is not solely limited to only single-family homes. And second, that we schedule discussion of the CRA plan and budget for the life of the CRA this summer. But have enough time, whenever it is scheduled, there's enough time for us to, if we make any changes, to have those incorporated in the coming year's budget.
Okay, motion and a second. To expand the home improvement to non-single family homes, and then to schedule, I'm just hearing a special meeting to discuss GCRA budget.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
might, the GCRA budget, for example, we had a meeting with them on yesterday with the budget office to start to go through their budget in anticipation of that report back with the commission when we have a budget discussion. So the motion is a motion, I'm just making it clear that I'm doing that.
So that can be included in a larger budget discussion we have about general government?
That was the way I was approaching it.
Okay, I'm fine with that. You okay?
That's fine. I do just want to have a thorough discussion of the projects and which ones we're moving forward and not moving forward on and stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't have to be
Just I think
essential.
wanting a long enough runway where we can make amendments or adjustments if we so choose.
Right, and again, if the commission wants to have a separate meeting addressing GCRA, but it would come as a part of the budget presentation anyway.
I'm never one for another meeting if we can do it in an existing meeting, so, yeah, I think that sounds fine. Commissioner Chestnut?
And I was just going to say, I think Ms. Deal and the manager said you will be coming forward quarterly, monthly now, and
Quarterly?
quarterly, and routinely. So that's going to help us stay on task, if you will, and that's very good.
Yeah, and just a little context to that. I mean, I think one thing that we did not anticipate when we made the big change from a CRA under state statute to a city department is that under the old model, we had a separate board, you know, and we met separately and we made decisions every month that were very focused on this. And when it got incorporated into one of many city departments under the city manager, that model no longer existed. And so I think this solution to that, where at least the commission and the rest of our neighbors are getting a regular update as to progress and where are some opportunities, what ideas might be percolating out there that would be appropriate under GCRA funding, will, I think, solve for that gap that, because they kind of both happen at once, right? The transition happened, then COVID happened, and everything just sort of, changed quickly. So I think that's a simple and will ultimately be effective solution. Okay, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item?
No one signed up for this item unless anyone's here to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Deal, and again, the rest of the staff for your update. We appreciate it. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, before our next item, Commissioner? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've got people who have been sitting here all afternoon. Could we flip the next two items?
Well, let me just say, I have to leave at 4:45. I think the ARPA item, well, I don't know if it'll be short or not. There's more of a discussion point on that.
If I give the report, Mr. Mayor, it'll.
And then the redistricting, I mean, my position has not changed on that. I'm going to be consistent with what I've said in the past meetings, which is, I do support the proposed maps as we've seen them moving forward, but I would rather miss that than the ARPA discussion. But either way, we're going to get through them. Madam Manager, did you have did I miss something that you just requested?
No, sir, you didn't miss anything.
Okay. The way you say that, I think I might have, but it's okay. Yes.
I would really like for you to be able to vote on both discussions, so let's move it along and try and be quick.
Well, we'll do it the best we can, yeah. One way or the other, I am walking out those doors at 4:45 because of a family commitment. Okay, so Madam Manager, with that, ARPA?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is an update on ARPA, and it has a lot of elements to it because we have a lot of projects. But I will start by saying, as it relates to the projects that the Commission has allocated funding to, we can start out with the 8 nonprofits. Last week, we heard about the $6.9 million awarded to not-for-profits. There's $18,678,000 remaining. Of that amount, we will talk a little bit more about the status of that. GSG and city staff met with individual awardees. They will meet with individual awardees to discuss the sub-recipient agreements after last week's awards by the commission. And when they sit down with the sub-recipients, they will talk about funding distribution as to whether it'll be on a reimbursement or an advance basis. They'll talk about compliance, monitoring, reporting, record retention, and requirements. What we're asking is if we can make those decisions on a case-by-case basis and not just decide to do a reimbursement or an advance in general, because each case really is different and there is a risk analysis that should go with each. And ultimately, we will be held to, the guidance from ARPA, and so we just like to be able to do that using the expertise of our consultant as we sit and we meet with each one of our applicants, just to basically make sure that we're covering the city. The awardees need to be registered in the city's vendor management system. We need to execute the subrecipient agreements. We want to do that as quickly as possible. Upon execution of those subrecipient agreements, funds will begin to be dispersed to the not-for-profits. We'll hold meetings monthly or quarterly based on the not-for-profit organization with the awardees and city staff to ensure proper compliance with U.S. Treasury guidelines required by ARPA, the final rules starting with the release of funds and ongoing through December 31, 2026, which is the end point for the program. In addition, the commission requested that the remaining funding, the $18,678,000, be allocated for educational training sessions to be conducted by the Community Foundation of North Central Florida. Verification of this type of work is ARPA eligible, but it would need to be utilized from the ARPA pot that is not core, the revenue replacement pot. So that is the pot that we would need to utilize. I'd also like to note that the Community Foundation will not be paid from core ARPA funds as we had previously identified. They will need to be paid out of the general fund because of the way that the award was made to them, because they were awarded based on the fact that they were local and understood the community. ARPA funds are not to be used in that way, and so therefore we've been advised that we should pay the foundation out of the general fund and not out of ARPA. And so that is why the $18,678,000. 18,000. Gee whiz. We wish, not the 18 mil, but the 18,678 can be used.
Change order we didn't know about.
Yeah, it's a huge change order. The 18,678 is open if that is the board's desire. And I think it was the motion last week when Commissioner Chestnut made it that it be used for capacity building. That it'll need to actually come out of the revenue replacement portion of the ARPA funds, which is available. As it relates to other funds, the administrative cost, the $52,460, the board had previously approved that actually for payment to the Community Foundation. That $52,460 actually will need to be returned to core ARPA, so we're asking that that go back and that we utilize whatever portion of that for the Community Foundation come out of the revenue replacement pot. Eastside Urgent Care, you just heard about that a few moments or so ago, and so that was awarded already. The Energy Rehab Program, the $1.9 million, that is being administered through GRU's LEAP program, and that is moving forward. The board also allocated $1,250,000 to Vision Zero projects. That's moving forward. The Community Resource Paramedicine Program for $1 million, that is moving forward in GFR. $1 million to the Community Land Trust, that was approved by the board, moving forward. The Eviction Protection and Assistance Program was $1 million. That program actually is not moving as quickly as we'd like. I'd like to ask that we leave that $1 million in the HCD space until the housing strategist comes on board. He starts on Monday, May 2nd, Corey Harris. I'd like for him to be able to evaluate that, to just make sure that we're doing everything that we can do to move those funds forward. If not, I will be coming back to the board and asking you to review that and move it into a different pot. And that pot could still be housing, but it won't be specific to eviction protection and assistance. The National League of Cities One Nation, One Project program, we were awarded that, and so that program is moving forward. It'll be launched. I believe the effective date is towards the end of this month, April 28th, actually. So we will have a lot to address with that. I'd like to, there is a chart, actually. There's a chart on the following page of earmarked projects. We still have broadband on 9.6 earmarked. We're pending that report in June. The homeless outreach is earmarked. That is not needed until October 1. The East Side Mobility Hub, $2 million, that was actually funded by FTA, and so that $2 million for the East Side Hub can actually be released. And so those are the earmarks so far. There are other projects that have been discussed around the ARPA funding part, but decisions have not been made. And they include Jenny, still under discussion. Basically, with everything that I've just said in terms of recommended remaining ARPA funds, if in fact the $2 million is released for the East Side Hub, the $52,460 is placed back into the pot because we're going to be utilizing other funding to pay for the community foundation, and the $18,678 being released. We have a total of $2,819,906 remaining in ARPA at this point in time. $2,819,906. That includes all the earmarks that are there, and the largest one is the broadband earmark of 9.6.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Curry. Appreciate the update. We'll turn over to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, since it's on the top of our mind, at our last meeting, the motion that we passed, including those 2 additional nonprofit items, I wanted to give some direction on where to go next with that. I wanted to see what was the appetite on the commission, because I heard from a commissioner that it would be better to just use the ARPA fundings for the community ID program, because we've already, I mean, it essentially wouldn't be happening without the support of the city initially many years ago. And so I would like for us to continue to offer that support. If the commission is not amenable to that, I believe we can find a funding partner in Alachua County, because they have also been in conversations about maintaining the community ID program, and it affects both citizens inside the county and, of course, here in Gainesville. And lastly, I would like for us to schedule a time for us to discuss that Gainesville for All Empowerment Center, because that is also overdue. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues before I make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Ariola. I was looking over the rules and talking to some of our community partners in this situation. I think the suggestion, the consensus we ultimately arrived at was in those funds that the manager just identified some that are going to have to go back into the pot because we couldn't use them for that nonprofit consultant, and that $18,000 remaining. My suggestion was going to be we release those in a not dissimilar to a consultant or a grant that we do with places, with groups like Keep Alachua Beautiful, that we release those funds to the Human Rights Coalition, because a lot of the work that they do is navigation. They help our neighbors who are not, who have limited English proficiency, who have limited resources, who have limited ability in terms of like internet, time, transportation, access resources. And where I'm thinking is that I think it comes up to just over $70,000 here, $70,000 to make sure that a huge part of our population can access the $7 million we just allocated. And I don't think that's an unfair ask at this position. If only to, I think that they were asking for more to kind of cover that, which is why I do welcome that conversation with county commissioners. I've been trying to set up meetings for a while now to have that conversation, because it does impact more than just the city of Gainesville. Some folks live just on the fringe, and that's a really uncomfortable conversation to have when you're trying to help people. And there is precedent for other counties down south. Well, there's not a lot north of us, but there are counties in Florida that have partnered with their Human Rights Coalition equivalent, and do offer partial funding in addition to other grants they seek out, but they offer partial funding because they recognize that the work they are doing on the ground cannot be replicated at the municipal level necessarily, but they know what they're doing. So my ask would be that 70,000-ish remaining be granted to the Human Rights Coalition to help ensure that, you know, the other essentially $32 million and then some that is available out there in the community, they can help some of our neediest neighbors navigate how to access it. And I think that that's part of what we are trying to do as a welcoming city. I also was told about a month ago that the Welcoming America grant that was received by, that's not what it's called. The Rural Women's Health Project, the money is exclusively for programming, so it's not for funding. It's not for salary funding. A lot of the money and funding and grants that the Human Rights Coalition gets as well is for programming, is for material. It is not necessarily to fund the people who are doing some really heartbreaking and necessary work. So I am fully in favor of finding how we fund that for in the short term and then continuing conversations with the county for a longer term solution. But if, I think we might have 2 votes if I can get 2 more colleagues to agree to this almost stopgap situation in the form of a grant, I'd really appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might, just to make sure that the full picture is out before you take the vote. On the summary sheet, I just wanted to make sure that the commissioners note that there are several items that are pending analysis and discussion, and they include a youth cadet program, which is a program that addresses a concern that Commissioner Ariola had brought up several meetings or so ago when we were discussing the youth corps, and we were asked to go back and build a program around that actually fed into recruitment of youth to go into areas or career areas like police, fire, and the GRU on the engineering side. We've actually done that. That program will come back and be presented to the commission on the 5th of May. But it was also around ARPA. That was the youth core and core discussion that we had, and some confusion around that, but we actually did go back and do that because that was the motion that was approved at that GPC, that we go back and take a look at that. So that will be coming back. In addition, we still have not addressed the affordable housing initiatives piece. That does seriously need to be considered. And we also talked generally about a general government services set aside, because these funds can actually be used to assist. I'm not calling it a reserve, but it can be an opportunity for us to lay funds on the general government side for expenses, even though they're one time, to give us relief in this budget process. And so I wanted to just put those items on the table.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Curry. Commissioner Chestnut?
Well, Ms. Curry just hit my issue, and that is affordable housing. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you want to entertain a motion today for $6 million to be allocated in reserve for affordable housing. and just then I would also recommend taking the $2 million from the hub, since that was federally funded, and using the $2 million in our general government budget.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, so we can keep the numbers straight, unless you unbundle the 9.6 on the broadband, the $2 million is just, there's only right now, with all the earmarks, there's a total of 2.8. I'll just round it to 2.8.
Yeah.
Because the broadband piece is already absorbed in.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Chestnut is aware of that.
I am.
I think that's the nature of the discussion, and what I would ask, and I'm going to preface this by saying, Commissioner, that I think that I am leaning in the direction that you're headed as well.
Okay.
But because we have this sort of final presentation and analysis coming back to the commission by our broadband consultant in June, I think we owe it just to hear that and have all the information that is at our disposal to make a fully informed decision. Because a lot of work's gone into that. So I want to get all that back, but you know, that will be the I don't know, there's a literary metaphor in there, but I was never very good at those. You know, I think the choice will ultimately be between broadband and housing, because that's the only sort of big pot of money left that we haven't spent. So we as a commission are going to have to make that difficult decision.
Thank you. I just don't want it to get spent.
Yeah, it hasn't, but yeah, again, but for first meeting in June, is that the idea? Yes. Okay. Yes. Commissioner Santos says yes. So sooner rather than later. Okay, before I go back around, so what I would like to do is invite Gainesville for all to come to the next available meeting that we have space on our agenda. That's not May 5th. I don't think. Whether it's our next GPC meeting or the second May regular meeting, many of us are familiar with that proposal and project, but they have not presented that to this commission since we've had this money and these allocations. So I would like them to have a chance to present that to us so we can make a decision once and for all whether we are going to help them fund the startup costs of that program. And so whenever we get to motion, if we can just invite them back to the next available meeting to present so we can let them know whether we're going to help with that or not. In whatever motion we get, if we can pull out the mobility hub set aside since we got that grant. What I think I'd like to do right now with the sort of language access piece and HRC is commit to $35,000 and ask the county to match us, and see what their response is. They have quite a bit of unencumbered money still, and I think Commissioner Sacco, to your point, folks that are in need and using these services are certainly from around the county. They're not just from Gainesville. So, and the county has been, I think, well, I know that Rural Women's Health, Welcoming Gainesville, Alachua County, and HRC have been working with the county to try to get them more involved with this. So I think this is a great sort of low barrier opportunity for them to do so.
Sorry, do you mean, so when you say, because you said two things, language access and HRC, do you mean the 35 to HRC? Because
that's what I was
access,
talking
okay,
about, yeah.
Language access would be like a
Bigger,
separate.
yeah. And,
Okay.
but you mentioned 70 to HRC, and so I just want to offer 35 now and let the county know that we'd like them to match that. And then the rest of the staff recommendation, I'm comfortable with approving. Okay, back to Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say we have allocated millions of dollars of ARPA funds for housing. I'm just looking at there's millions and millions of dollars allocated, so we have done some. What's that? We have, yeah. I mean, part of the $7 million for nonprofit agencies, energy rehabilitation of $1.9 million, eviction protection and assistance of $1 million, community land trust, another $1 million. So yes, those dollar amounts there, and you know, I'm glad if we can wait till that June 7th meeting to make a final decision, but where we discuss broadband. But broadband does lower the cost of living, which makes it. There's a certain amount of dollars that are being spent. So if you can lower any of those, you can lower electricity, you can lower water, you can lower broadband, you can lower the rent. All of that is what people have to spend every month. So that's if we can lower any of those, we are making it more affordable to live in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the staff recommendation with 3 additional elements. First, that we remove the mobility hub set aside. Second, that we fund $35,000 and ask the county to match for the community ID program. And lastly, that we schedule at our nearest availability and invite GNB for All to present on the Empowerment Center.
Okay, motion and a second that we, and I'll read it, approve releasing $18,678 for the aid to nonprofit organizations to the general ARPA fund category. Approve releasing $52,460 of ARPA funding to cover administrative costs of the Community Foundation, and approve $30,080 to the general fund to cover administrative costs of the Community Foundation, as well as inviting Gainesville for All to come present on the Empowerment Center. $35,000 to HRC for the ID program and ask the county to match, and removing the mobility hub $2 million.
Can want to be that specific that it's only the ID, it's.
Okay, to the
their
HRC,
services.
that's fine, to HRC, and then removing the mobility up $2 million from ARPA since it's being funded by another grant. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I am going to make a shameless plug for the Cultural Arts Center that was presented as a way to address gun violence in the community, which is fundable through ARPA, as well as its underlying and core issues. I'm not sure what the appetite of my colleagues would be to ask staff to either bring back a recommendation or for us to try to, at this point, determine any desired funding mechanism for that. I just want to make sure that we allocate some sort of funding from somewhere. If it is not ARPA, then I would like to hear what our interest is in funding it from another pot of money. I just know that it was brought up with regards to this conversation, and we never addressed whether or not we would fund it through this source. So if we could address that at this time. I also would like to follow up on a comment that my colleague, Commissioner Hayes Santos, just made. I hear you, Commissioner Santos, with regards to auxiliary housing things that we have funded, but I am concerned, much like Commissioner Chestnut, that in the scope of addressing housing, meaning official housing projects, that is something that I would like to see us do, and I do know that there is opportunity to do that. We've had a couple of people that have stood in this very chamber over the last couple of weeks who have the ability to actually live out projects with not a whole lot of money. I asked a particular developer of affordable housing what it would look like to add just 100 additional units, and the figure that I was given was around $3 million. That is something that I would be willing to get behind. It is not an official thing, obviously, that I've asked anybody to step forward and do, but certainly when I think about the continued need for affordable housing, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Chestnut, I will only speak for myself, but I will say that I support the idea of continuing to fund affordable housing in the way of actual housing units itself. And I just want you to know that I hear you, Commissioner, but the critical need for people to have roofs over their heads is something that I am particularly interested in finding ways to fund with this money. So, Mr. Mayor, if you might, I don't know whether we open up the floor, ask additional colleagues for their insight into whatever desires that they have with regards to addressing the Cultural Arts Center.
Yeah.
I would like for us to entertain a conversation about
Yeah,
that.
so I'll, Ms. Curry, if you want to interject as well, I think where we are with that, we don't know what funding is necessary or who the funding partners might be, let alone the internal funding source, until we get the analysis back from the consultants. And as we heard earlier, that RFP is still out and yet to come back to the commission. And so, with any of these things, we need to know what we're funding and what amount and who the, sort of what the opportunities for other partners, which we talked about at that meeting, are before we identify the source. And then what I'll say typically is staff is usually pretty creative at looking what is available and what makes sense, whether it's ARPA, GCRA, general fund, the future infrastructure tax, to make sure it fits with that. And so I think with ARPA especially, as our goal has been to get money out there as quickly as possible to address the needs, when we don't know what we're funding, or it might not even be until the time limit is close to running out, that whether or not that's the appropriate source. So we're just going to have to wait for that consultant report to come back before we know. And Ms. Curry, can you add anything to
I would concur. I would concur, Mr. Mayor, with what you've said. We need to wait for the consultancy report to come back because we have no idea square footage, where, land availability. We just don't know any of those things yet. And we really need to get the consultant on board so we can bring that information forward.
So to that point, we're dwindling down, clearly. So it sounds like once we make these allocations or earmarks today, we'll be at the $2 million point or underneath the $2 million point?
Well,
It will depend on what we decide with the 9.6 set aside for broadband.
Right.
Okay.
That's the big chunk that we have not made a final decision on.
Right.
And the 2 additional million that we just put back
The
from
two,
the mobility hub.
the East Side Mobility Hub.
Yeah.
And just to make sure that it's on the record, the 18,000 amount, well, actually, it's not the 18,000, it's the 35,000 for HRC. It would have to come out of the revenue replacement pot of ARPA and not the core piece, because I believe, and the consultant can confirm if I'm incorrect, it was not eligible on the ARPA side, the human rights, the HRC. If you could come up.
Yeah, you gotta come up to the mic, because there's people at home watching that won't hear you if you're speaking from back there.
Rather than say it wasn't eligible,
Yes,
it was
please.
one of those situations, and there were several, where the agency as a whole delivered several kinds of services to a community. And we would need more information regarding how those services are targeted to particular, for example, qualified census tracts, or are there administrative mechanisms in place to screen recipients. Let me give you a good example. A food program, okay, would be a worthwhile project, but there would have to be some means of screening recipients to make sure you're not giving me food, okay? So you couldn't just open up your doors and say, this is an eligible service for anyone who comes in, because certain of the services are targeted at people with certain income levels or residing in certain areas, whereas mental health services, per the final rule, are anyone's eligible to receive a mental health service. It presumes that everyone was affected by the pandemic in terms of mental health.
And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to intercede and say, I'm not trying to put a roadblock in the front of what, you're trying to accomplish. I just want to make sure we'll take it out of the revenue replacement pot of ARPA and not the core pot, so we're safe.
It's the way to guarantee that it can be spent and
That's
not
all.
have to be clawed back.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you, sir, appreciate it. Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you concluded? Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Ariola.
I think the discussion's been fruitful. I just wanted to offer my support of the ARPA funding. It may not be the correct avenue, but there will be other opportunities for us to search for funding. I continue to support it. I want us to get to the redistricting. I think you need to vote on that.
Commissioner, and to be clear, there's not a lot to vote on today. This was an update from the attorney because the county took final action. We're going to have our first and second reading of the ordinances at upcoming meetings, not today. But anyway, to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's part of the discussion that the manager brought up is why I wanted it to be the HRC, because they do a lot of services and they do have experience handling GNV care funds, for example, in the several hundreds of thousands, I think. So they do have mechanisms in place. I think the application they submitted of what they said they would do was not a clear presentation of what else they can do and what I hope this funding and hopefully what the county can do. That said, as far as housing, so I think we have, I did the math, I think we have it in the auxiliary housing, as Commissioner Duncan Walker said it, which I think is the best way to, I like that phrasing of it. It's 4.3 million, which is not insignificant, but one thing I was always taught when doing housing law is the cheapest house is the house you're in. It's going to be much cheaper to keep you housed than finding you new housing. So I fully support, and I voted for all of those auxiliary services, and that's not counting a penny out of the $7 million for nonprofits who are helping housing through Grace or Family Promise or the other groups. That's not counting any of that money. That said, I think 45 minutes ago, we were told that the cost for the market rate houses at Heartwood have grown exponentially. Some of those, mind you, they were bigger homes. Some of those homes, we'd build a dozen if we put $6 million on the table. And I don't want to put down the program. I love that it's finally come around. But someone who's been here longer than I am, when did we start the Heartwood Initiative?
1872.
Yeah. To build, I mean, I believe it because I know it's taken a very long time to construct housing. And now, and my fear in building the housing outright is it would take 3 centuries, or, you know, the amount we'd get at, or, as we see often, if it is a larger multifamily dwelling, we're going to get a room full of people yelling about it being near their neighborhood. Because if we make it an affordable housing unit, or space, we are going to get, and there are arguments that I've heard before, not near my house, to not use a different phrase. And that'll slow down the process. It's a major development. According to our rules that we have, our code that we have changed, it would be a major development. We have put, we and the world at large, have put a lot of roadblocks to putting out a substantial number of housing units, even if we had $6 million, even if we had $9 million, there would be significant, costly, time burdensome roadblocks to housing people. I would rather we spend that money keeping people housed, making their homes efficient, giving them the tools to find employment, keep employment, get education, and give them the tools to make that housing affordable, not try to build housing that I hope would be affordable. And that is my view on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. On the Cultural Arts Center, I think 2 funding sources that are perfect are the wild spaces, public places, and CRA funding. Those 2 are, I mean, I think it fits perfectly in those, and I think those could fully fund the project. That's why I want to have that discussion on the CRA budget plans, because the Cultural Arts Center wasn't thought about before that was put forward. Secondly, I haven't brought this up, but one of the things I've been working on is I want to put on the second meeting in May is a discussion of an affordable housing bond. I think that we should put one out there and put it out to the voters. That would give a dedicated source of funding, and kind of a number I'm thinking about is $30 million. But many other cities have done that, and that would allow us to have funds that we could actually build homes with those dollars. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, it's kind of a moot point, I think, at this point, because there's nobody else lit there, but what we said we were going to talk about for this topic, and what we said, what the staff recommendation was different than what the conversation has been. And none of our community advocates who are experts on this are here in front of us. So I don't want to make those kinds of decisions without those expert advocates here with us. And we're about to have our own specialist on staff for housing very soon. I mean, in time for some of these discussions, but not today. So I've been uncomfortable, going through this to this point. But anyway, there's nobody else lit up, so we'll move forward. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's not that's not really part of the motion. So, so just again to remind everybody, there's the staff recommendation, which is really some housekeeping items based on our last meeting, and then inviting Gainesville for All to present the Empowerment Center proposal to us, the $35,000 to HRC, and asking for a county match, and removing the Mobility Hub increment since that was funded by another grant, thankfully. And thank you, Federal Department of Transportation. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item?
We do.
Veronica Robledo.
All right, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. I just wanted to briefly express gratitude that, you know, you're still discussing the HRC and supporting it in some way. I think that using some of this ARPA funds is a good way to kind of jumpstart the work that's been going on for years on a voluntary basis, and I'm happy to say has grown, and the need has grown. Requests for the ID have grown, and so I think this is a good way to kind of bolster this program. My hope, though, is that it would be the first step towards looking towards something a bit more permanent or stable within the general funds, kind of as a long-term goal, as we've seen in other cities and counties throughout Florida. Just last night we had an ID drive where 30 individuals signed up, and you know, it started as a need that came out of the immigrant community, but it has grown. We had people experiencing homelessness, we had high school students, we have folks re-entering the workforce, and really helping people to have dignity of being able to identify themselves as a member of our community so that they can access housing programs, COVID vaccines and testing, you know, just it's the beginning of opening the door to many services that certain individuals that don't have access to state-issued identification, and let me just say again, it's not only immigrants, have barriers to these programs. So I am excited to hear that this is a first step, and I do think we have the desire and the will on the county side to work together. So I just am here to say thank you, and hope to kind of continue to work on bolstering and building the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ethan Maya Danadil.
Yeah, thank you.
For effort and A.
Yes, exactly. My name is Ethan Maya Danadil, and I work at the Rural Women's Health Project and help with the coordination of the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative. And I'd like to express my desire that the City Commission approve Commissioner Ariola's motion to fund the Community ID, which is a program integral to the inclusion and recognition of many of our most vulnerable populations, including the immigrant community that we at Ginny have been working so hard to better include. I mentioned last week that many of the clients my organization, the Rural Women's Health Project, works with are either turned away from services or are simply too frightened to come forward without identification for fear of punishment. My colleagues and I have encountered countless cases of immigrant neighbors unable to receive a COVID vaccine because they lack identification. Considering ARPA's goal of addressing the disparities in our community highlighted by the coronavirus, the Community ID program seems to me to be an ideal candidate for funding. But we have also seen in the community we serve that lacking an ID also impacts one's ability to access GRE utilities, receive something like the results of important medical lab work, or just get applications for many of our services. And for services that are offered to those without identification, it's often too far and few between. And for someone working full-time and with very limited transportation, these options can simply be unfeasible. And for a group, the immigrant community, that pays into and produces so much for our community, it is only right that they are able to access what our community has to offer. And I also want to emphasize the previous speaker's point that a community ID benefits more than just the immigrant community, but also the trans community, the homeless, and those re-entering society from prison after completing their sentences. These IDs have already been shown to be successful, and there's already the infrastructure in place with the HRC to continue this critical work. We ask that both the city and county work together to provide the financial assistance necessary for this invaluable resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Molina.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer, and I wanted to share today gratitude for still having this discussion today about the funding for the community ID. I want to let you know that I am part of Madres Sin Fronteras. I see new faces, so new commissioners. So I don't know how if you know what Madres Sin Fronteras is. Madres Sin Fronteras is a grassroots immigrant-led organization. We started working and getting together around 6 years ago. We saw the need to come together and basically help and support and fight for everybody's human rights. We want to help everybody feel safe in the community. And I wanted to share how these community ID have helped us tremendously. A couple years ago, it was tough not having a little card, saying I am this person and able to pick up my son from school, or like I've said multiple times, enroll him in summer camp, after school program, being able to start GRU services. We couldn't do that a couple years ago. We had to get a friend, we had to get a coworker, somebody who would trust us to, for trust us and do that for us. Now we can do it ourselves. And the fact that it's not a driver license, it's understood, we know that, but the fact that a simple traffic stop is not gonna take me to jail because I don't have the proper identification, that means the world to us. There was lots of cases where families were getting separated because we didn't have the proper identification. Parents never made it back home. Kids were waiting for their parents to pick them up in the afternoon. And I don't know if you recall, but they were like express deportations. How do you explain a kid, your godmother is gonna pick you up because your parents are no longer here? So this community ID gave us hope. We are so thankful. I still get I'm excited. I am so happy, and this is me reflecting how grateful I am. And in behalf of Madres Sin Fronteras, we want to ask you to keep these conversations going. We definitely appreciate the fact that you want to commit to $35,000.
Thank you, Ms. Molina.
And you're asking, I know, the county to match that.
Thank you.
So hopefully, thank you guys,
Yeah.
really. And hopefully, you guys can.
Ms. Molina, I'm sorry, I gotta ask you to stop because I have to be fair to everybody.
Well, thank you so much. and
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be in touch.
I know you will. I know, and we appreciate that. Thank you for your advocacy. Madam Clerk, anybody else?
Would anyone else like to speak to this item?
Okay, moving back to the commission. Is everybody clear on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I am going to turn the meeting over to our very capable Mayor Pro Tem. And I want to thank all of you for a really productive meeting today. Just move into my seat, yeah.
Madam Clerk, I think, next item.
The next item is 210163, redistricting the city's election districts based upon the 2020 census data.
Okay, I believe that goes over to City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And as the mayor indicated, this is really just on the agenda here as a recap and an update onto the draft ordinance that's been advertised for first reading for your May 5th agenda and on the actions of the County Commission just earlier this week. As you know, we're in the midst of our decennial Redistricting, based upon the 2020 census, it has been an arduous process requiring a tremendous amount of work with the Supervisor of Elections Office, our consultants, and we're coming into the home stretch. As you know, our 4 districts are going to have to be ratably and equally apportioned. The legal standard being that they shouldn't be more than 10% deviant off of the mean, and our goal is 3%. And also, of course, the district should be contiguous and compact. And in addition to that, there have been multiple issues raised at our various meetings the last few months by the Commission that have been priorities for us. Among those, it's been obviously to preserve the demographic integrity of District 1, to provide the possibility of representation to an historically underrepresented community, to ensure that the Stephen Foster neighborhood is intact within a district, to encourage a continued focus on that notable Superfund site, to keep the Duck Pond neighborhood distinct from District 1, in part to help preserve the demographics of District 1. We've been working with the Supervisor of Elections to alleviate early version of the precinct plan that was splitting the Forest Ridge, Briarwood neighborhoods, and I think they've made some real progress there. Whether it's perfect, it's better than it was. And then lastly, I think at the April 7th meeting, it was brought up that to try to make an effort to ensure that the Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street neighborhoods could remain in District 1 as well. Overarching throughout that whole process, the Supervisor of Elections has encouraged, to be mild, she's urged us for the city to avoid splitting precincts in this process. I mean, as you know, that the city's always defined its districts by precincts, and that since our last election, the city has joined the Supervisor of Elections state, county ballot and election, and it's more significant to her than ever before that we adhere to those precinct lines. Additionally, the good news is at the meeting on Tuesday, the County Commission did adopt the recommended precincts by the supervisor. She's approved them, and but additionally, the county, my understanding is sending a letter encouraging again the avoidance of splitting precincts. I think that also is at the Supervisor of Elections urging. That those precincts that were adopted by the county on Tuesday, just 2 days ago, they are thankfully consistent with the update we had received from the supervisor's office that prompted us to prepare a draft ordinance and advertise it April 25th for your May 5th first reading. That proposed ordinance, it's been on file, it's been advertised in the paper and on file at the clerk's office, I think accomplishes surprisingly all of those, as best as possible, all those goals that have been set forth throughout this process. We've attached to this agenda, and more importantly, obviously, to the May 5th agenda, the proposed ordinance and the consultant's plan that shows how we got to that break out of those precincts in the 4 various districts. And what you'll see is that the consultant in that plan has laid out a penultimate plan 1 and a penultimate plan 2. Penultimate plan 1, I think, is pretty much exactly what Commissioner Ward had proposed, and that was received well back on, I think that was April 7th as well. And with the exception of bearing in mind of the input of trying to put Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue into first, precinct 25, as was crafted by the Supervisor of Elections and approved by the County Commission, has been placed into District 1, which not only succeeds in placing Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue into District 1, but it improves the district numbers as well, such that our variance, I think, amongst the 4 proposed districts for the advertised proposed ordinance that'll be on your May 5th agenda comes down to, I think, and it is what it was listed as penultimate option 2 in that consultant's plan, negative 0.3%, negative 0.4%, 3.3%, and negative 2.7%. So we're really hitting that 3% goal surprisingly well in a plan that is so it's eminently apportioned. I think it's hitting all your high points you wanted, and it is adhering to the supervisor and the county's wishes that we follow the precinct lines, and I think it's here for your consideration first reading. So we're coming into the home stretch. Hopefully they will have a special meeting on May 9th, such that the second reading can occur and we'll have more than a month prior to the commencement of candidate qualifying on the week of June 13th. So it's a little more than a month for candidates to emerge and find their place in these proposed districts. That's the update. And again, we'll have the consultants here on board for May 5th for any further illustration.
Okay, I think first up, we're gonna have Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we bring the presentation up? Is that possible? So the maps that were, I guess, just changed yesterday that were put forward, I have concerns with option 2 that takes all, precinct 25 has changed dramatically from what it used to be. And that option 2, if we can, just so everyone's on the same page, it moves Oakview and Grove Street, which have always been in District 4, and we made that change just yesterday.
2 days ago. The precinct was adopted 2 days ago.
It was just put up on.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, yes. I think that, so the change that I would propose, I mean, that I have here in front of us would, and I've been able to speak with the residents in Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street too, is we cut on 8th Avenue, everything north of 8th Avenue in Precinct 25 would stay in District 4 like it always has been. Everything south of 8th Avenue would stay in District 1. That I think makes everyone happy. We get a map that I think can pass. So that's what I think we should move forward with, is that north of 8th Avenue is in District 4, south of 8th Avenue is in District 1 for Precinct 25. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, I think he's looking for what's on the backup as Gainesville Plans presentation. The map you had up there was the precincts for the county that was just adopted on on Tuesday. Yes, third and final. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 20 of them.
Right. It's been a long process.
And just to be clear, the map that I have in front of you illustrates that, where it does splits it at 8th Avenue.
Your suggested map.
My suggested map that will keep Grove Street and Oakview in District 4, and so if you go to option 2, so it would be this map, but it would split it. This card.
Does anybody have the
clicker?
We had it earlier. It is still up on it's still up there.
I like your shoes. So my map splits, this is 8th Avenue right here, coming across. North of this would stay in District 4, south of it, Pleasant Street and 5th Avenue would stay in District 1, which is, I think, that was consistent with our direction beforehand, which keeping 5th Avenue and Pleasant Street in District 1, and then keeping Oakview and Grove Street, which have historically been in District 4, in District 4.
I think, Maria, if I can impose, the map that Commissioner Hayes Santos is talking about is also attached as the last attachment here.
We could bring that.
It will show that rectangle, which is the northern half of Precinct 25, split off.
It's one of the backup options.
It's another backup option, yeah.
It is the last attachment in the backup list.
Thank you very much.
But everything else is consistent with the other, with permanent option 2. The only difference would be the split at 8th Avenue.
So I'm going to wait until we can get that map so everyone can see what we're talking about. There we go. And that split is at 8th Ave?
The split here is at 8th Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I had a quick question for Commissioner Hayes Santos, if it's possible. Where are, Commissioner Hayes Santos, where are Smoky Bear Park and that neighboring neighborhood, according to that?
Smoky Bear Park is on 15th, right?
Yes.
15th Street. So 15th Street would be right there. Smoky River Park is north of 16th Avenue, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so it's, Smoky River Park is right there.
That's in District 1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. And on that case, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Trying to think of the most pleasant way to put all this forward. I am at the very least disappointed in a few things about this. Not the least of which is that we let folks who came here just to talk about this sit here for the whole day before we ever got to it, to almost 5 o'clock. That's very disappointing to me. This is about the voters. This is about the people in our city. And it is illustrative of the entire process that we didn't include them until their item until the end. It is very complicated. It is complex. It is extremely numbers focused and a difficult thing to do to get this right overall. But we have been so detail focused that we, in my opinion, have not done a good job of including the people of Gainesville in the process, which is exactly the kind of thing that I complain about the legislature doing. But here we are, we've done the same thing essentially. We have responded every time someone has come to us and said, this is a problem. It doesn't work for our neighborhood, and that's good. That's laudable. I'm glad we did that. I'm glad that we've responded each time. But people had to, it's a thing where you had to know who to reach out to complain. I'll promise you, there are neighborhoods in all the maps, this long list of maps, where there are questions and discomforts, but the folks in those neighborhoods don't know that there's a problem and won't know that there's a problem. The public outreach process consisted of a couple of meetings with some laptops so people could draw their own maps. And that's cool and that's fun for people who like to do that. But it really isn't engagement, in my opinion. It engaged the heck out of a few folks, but not everybody. So I like a lot of what's in this map, which I think is that map, but I don't really know, to be honest. I think they're the same thing, because we didn't get, I mean, there are multiple things that were added after business hours yesterday. I'm really uncomfortable with this. I'll point one other thing out. I made some recommendations almost a month ago now and provided a map that is included as one of the many maps, but none of the recommendations from that are included in the things that we see now. Precincts 50 and 17 are still a concern, frankly. It's probably one we can get past, but let me try to help you understand what that means. And it doesn't have any effect on me personally because I'm not going to be a district commissioner again. So it's not like I'm worried about running in that district. But if you go 3 houses north of my house, you get into another subdivision. But it's a subdivision you can only access through the same street as my house. The people 3 houses north of me are going to be in a different district. They're going to drive past several blocks of District 4 and then get into District 2. But their neighbors are all in District 4 in these maps. They're not contiguous in any kind of real people way to the other people in District 2. That's why I tried to fix that, but none of that is represented in any of the maps that we're talking about passing. It's not a lot of people. They'll probably be fine. But I don't like it. I'll vote for this today to try to move forward with this because I think it solves a problem For Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, it solves a problem for Oakview and some others. But if I know about a problem because it's on my street, I wonder how many other things are out there that we don't know about. I'll vote for this to move forward, but I don't feel good about our process. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. It's been a whirlwind, and my district changed a lot too. There are a lot of neighborhoods in District 3 that are now going to be in District 2 or in District 4. And these are well-known neighborhoods: Gulfview, Raintree, Sugarfoot, a whole host of them. But one thing we have to keep in mind about what we're making is we're not just making a district based on this census data. This census data tells a story of where Gainesville is going for the next 10 years. And so I think that the new District 3 really reflects the population changes in Gainesville. And so I'm really hopeful that these changes will be good. And I can absolutely agree with you, Commissioner Ward, that the process itself has been a whirlwind. It certainly has. And that was brought on to us originally by the legislature. It's not a great excuse, but I think our citizens understand that. I think they were watching the same thing. The fact that the legislature had to come back and redraw congressional maps, I think they've been watching very closely who's really responsible for putting us under the gun like this. But I appreciate all the hard work that everyone's put into this. Thank you to the county for passing this precinct. I'd like to move that we accept the map in front of us.
Mayor,
and the additional elements of
there's nothing before you to vote on today. This was just, again, a prelude to first readings. It was advertised for first reading on May 5th. And again, if I may, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify, there was in fact 3 publicly noticed workshops wherein it was noticed, members of the public attended, and not only in addition to countless meetings that you've had where you've been seeing map after map and consulting again and again, but the fact that the districts are quite different than they were for the previous 10 years was as a result of this body moving away from the recommendation of the consultants, which had presented proposed districts that were more similar to your current districts, into a concept that derived from those workshops to give us what really is very much more compact districts. So the fact that the districts are quite different than 10 years ago is a result of the public outreach. That's why you're here today. And lastly, the map that you're holding is not the map that's in the draft ordinance. I don't make sure you know that. The map that you're holding does have a precinct split, and I'm not saying that you can't split the precinct. All I'm saying is that the supervisor has been again and again urging us not to, and now the county also is urging us not to. That being said, if you want to give direction for us to change the draft ordinance even prior to our first reading, to make that change, to have that one split, it looks like it's along 8th Avenue, splitting precinct 25 and 2. That's direction you could vote on today, but the actual first reading of the ordinance describing the 4 districts will be May 5th.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Commissioner Earle, I think you were trying to finish something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I was in the middle of making a motion.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I would like to move that we adjust the City Commission district boundaries to reflect the map that is in front of us, and that it be brought to the Commission on first reading.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Earle. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Need, does that conform then to the recommendation of staff that we move with, we adopt this map for advertisement?
Yes, we're still advertised for May 5th. The proposed ordinance that's on file will be just changed minimally to provide that in District 1, where it lists the precincts, it will say now precinct this, that, and the other, and the southern part of precinct 25, or the portion of precinct 25 south of the center line of 8th Avenue. And in, I think it's 4 that it's neighboring, it'll be, amongst the precincts listed, it'll say the northern portion of precinct, or the portion of precinct 25 north of the center line of 8th Avenue. I think we can do that, again, that's,
Thank you, Mr. Neek. Okay,
if that's what the will of the commission is.
okay, so there's a motion, there's a second, that was Commissioner Hayes Santos, and I believe next, nope, that was for a motion. Okay, so next we have Commissioner Duncan. Commissioner Hayes Santos map.
Commissioner Hayes Santos map. I just
Or
wanted to
rather,
be clear
you know
for
what?
the record.
I will let him speak for himself on that. Good.
We can call it the penultimate option 3, because it's option 3.
I think for everyone's sake, can we reference it by the backup ID number?
Well,
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Probably the easiest is that there's already a draft ordinance that's out there, and just say that adjust the draft ordinance that north of 8th Avenue and precinct 25, it is in District 4, south of 8th Avenue and precinct 25 is District 1, and we're just giving direction to change the ordinance, and that is in essence that map.
And for May 5th, we will also ask the consultants to prepare the numbers regarding the deviations. It shouldn't be a big change, and the demographic numbers with this is now the draft ordinance.
And Clerk, was that any better? Or would it help if Commissioner Hayes Santos wrote out the exact one for you?
I mean, yeah, I can go back and reference the video, but I couldn't catch all that language that quickly. That's
But
fine.
are you good for
We
now?
can catch it later, sure. Thank you.
I think the direction to our office, if the motion passes, would be to split precinct 25 and the draft ordinance and amend the draft ordinance to that regard.
I think that might be the simplest way to address it from now on for the sake of our neighbors who are also trying to follow along and read maps. That said, I do believe it was Commissioner Desmond Walker. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I simply wanted to express my gratitude for the will of my colleagues in this commission to keep Precinct 25 and 5th Avenue and Pleasant Street in District 1. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we have our Commissioner Ward. Okay, and I think that was to relay in case I forgot. Okay. We are done up here. That means,
We did have members of the public speak to this.
okay, Commissioner Ward.
For a point of information, Mr. Attorney, do you know if we have currently, under our current maps, any split precincts for the precincts as they have been?
In the past?
Yeah.
No, only at the edges of the city, not within the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think, given some conversation and her willingness to work with us, the supervisor might hopefully tolerate one, given, the significance of why we are doing that. Okay, we have more lights in our red. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Pro Tem, my light is simply for a final comment that has nothing to do with redistricting.
Oh, okay. We still have public, commissioner comment? Oh, we are a long way from that. Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say there was already 4 split precincts in the ones that are drawn for our city because the edges of our city have split precincts. So there already are ones. So thank you, Mayor.
And I believe, Madam Clerk, you were saying that there are some folks signed up. All right.
First, we have Dottie Faisby. My apologies.
Just want to say thank you very much to listening to our concerns about keeping 5th Avenue and Pleasant Street within District 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And you want to take a second there? Or,
We had Joe Beatty signed up. If she is still in the building.
so, Ms. Beatty, if you are somewhere listening in the building, out in the hall or downstairs, we will wait for you, but I think we may have another one as well. Madam Clerk?
Actually, I believe that's it.
Never mind. Okay. Last call, someone who did not sign up, maybe in the building. Okay. That said, the motion was to authorize the consultants to move forward with the map displayed, which is penultimate option 2 with the district 25 split at 8th Avenue. Did I get that correct? Okay, and if I can get it correct, so can everyone else. That said, Madam Clerk, is it just a regular vote? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, that said, public comment. Anyone from the public would like to say anything at all? Madam Clerk, did we have anyone? Marie? No one? Okay, so member comment. I think, okay, there we go. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. A lot of M's. I had a question about the process that we're utilizing to place things on our list for wild spaces, public places consideration. Is that just a simple motion that we make, or I'm not sure whether it is our interim manager Curry who can speak to this, or what's the process that we're using? Do I just make a motion to put something there, or is there going to be a more formal conversation? How are we doing that?
Madam Manager, I think what we're doing was having a separate meeting for it to discuss potential topics, and then kitchen sinking it so we would have all the options available. But I will defer.
Well, again, we've started internally putting a list together. We're going out to the workshops that we had a couple of nights ago and one before that, and we have one more scheduled to receive input from the public to add to the list that will eventually be brought to the commission to vet the list and create that, which will go over to the county later this summer.
And we would have some further input in case we see something that is missing.
Correct.
Or that we would like to add.
Correct.
Because it's not a guarantee it will happen, it is merely keeping it as an option.
So if commissioners want to add things to the list, at what point do they do that? I think,
Do we email you? How do we do this? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, hold on. So maybe perhaps that meeting, or we could ask Mr. Mann what his preferred method of communication is. And if he'd like us to wait for the meeting, or if he'd like us to shoot him a text before.
Phil Mann, City Manager's Office. You can just send any projects you have and we'll add them to the list. That's what we're doing at the public workshops. Just whatever projects come, they're getting added to the list. So just email me with a copy to the manager.
Okay, thank you very much.
If she's okay with that.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I understand where the mayor left. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I have really adapted very quickly to the way we do our commission meetings now, the regular commission meetings, that 10 o'clock, take a break, 1 o'clock, do business, take a break, come back in the evening, gives us a chance to it gives me a chance, let me say, I don't want to speak for anybody else, gives me a chance to think more clearly throughout the day and to reassess and to stay on top of things better. It gives us a chance to take a little walk around, forces us to actually. We can all, we're big boys and girls, we can get up and take a walk if we must, but it forces us to disengage for a few minutes. And I've really grown to like that quickly. This meeting, on the other hand, has grown into what the commission meetings were, where we just do a forced march right through, no matter how intense the topics are. And I think we can do better than that. I'm interested in, I'm not going to make any kind of motion, I'm just letting you all know, I am interested in seeing what we could maybe do about moving this to a split plan as well, a 10 a.m., a break, and then the afternoon, to better handle the people's business. The forced march is not when we do our best thinking. It really just isn't. It's convenient for our calendars, but I don't think it's how we do the people's business the best. Just a thought. Thank you.
Noted. Commissioner Chestnut.
To speak to Commissioner Duncan Walker, I think it's the prerogative of any commissioner to champion their issue. And you champion your issue by preparing information and bringing it forward. But I think at any time, it's your prerogative to champion it, to get it on the list. It's like lobbying for an issue. I wanted to say that. Now, the problem, second topic, the problem with moving, Commissioner Ward, the meeting schedule, it would now interfere with the library governing board because that's scheduled on Thursday mornings. Although I agree with you, I don't like this forced marching through. I would prefer, you know, a sort of, I enjoy the Thursday regular meetings because there are definite breaks and you can work through that. But unless we want to change the day or not put so much on the agenda, I deferred my item because I had requested 2 weeks ago, but that agenda was full. I acquiesced to the mayor. And at the time when I got on the agenda for today, we had a very small agenda. And so I think we just have to help our brethren in terms of making sure that we sort of keep the agenda not as action-packed or not so much on the agenda because we don't have a choice. We can't change it now.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I will go back to my spinning plates analogy. Sometimes you don't get a choice, and some spinning plates are thrown at you. We can only move stuff so often. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you bring up a great point, but I think one of the reasons why is we've just put a bunch of stuff on the GPCs, like the Eastside Urgent Care Initiative could just be a commission item. It was just a vote and approval. I think there's things like that. I don't know.
That might
I
be
think
timing.
maybe it was timing, but just the commissioner, like Commissioner Chestnut's item, I think that is a perfect item. That is a first time discussing it, really getting to the policy and stuff like that. Yeah, but I think there's some of them we've kind of overloaded GPC. We're also talking about having subcommittees and a few GPCs as well that might help as well, spreading out the love.
When are we going to get to those subcommittees?
I think it's May 12th, maybe, or something. So it's coming through.
Soon.
All right.
The answer is soon.
But I think I think we're putting things on that could just, some of these could just go on consent.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, it reflects the workload of staff and what we feel we need to do in some instances to move things along. So we take responsibility, but we're doing our job too.
I'm going to go back to my point. I'm going to go back to my point about spinning plates. Just because you see us up here talking about one topic does not mean that we have departments working on 50 other issues and that there's only one body. So thank you everyone doing those 50 other issues, but then eventually they all funnel here. That said, no one else. Last call. Okay. Sure. I don't have plans. That said, our next meeting is May 12th for a regular meeting. I look forward to seeing you all there. Until then, I actually get to do this. We are adjourned.